Good evening. Good evening. I'm calling back to order this session of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education. We're going to go ahead and go to item 4.0, 4.1, broadcast statement, which will be read by our student board member Halbo.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, June 9th at 8 p.m. and Monday, June 10th at noon, and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form located in the back of the community room and give them to our communications representative along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn off your cell phones or place them on silent or vibrate.
Thank you, Board Member Halbo. Item 4.2, the Pledge of Allegiance, which tonight will be led by the Luther Burbank High School Student Tobacco Research Project, the VAPE.
We respectfully decline of saying the Pledge of Allegiance because we feel like America does not support the Black youth.
That's fine. Okay, would you like to remain up for a moment? I know that Board Member Vang has a certificate to present you with for the work that you're doing in the community to advocate on behalf of our youth.
So first, I just want to really thank the students today. I also just want to put on public record that for the past 2 years, actually, every time we do the Pledge of Allegiance, I've stood up in solidarity with students, but I have not cited the Pledge of Allegiance just because of my beliefs about what the flag stands for in terms of all the injustice happening in the United States. And so I find it very courageous that you guys came up today to really speak your truth. So I just want to also just commend you all for doing that. So tonight, I really want to take this opportunity to commend our students from Luther Burbank. This past spring, a group of 9 students from various Sac City high schools conducted research related to the impact of vaping addiction within communities of color. The student-led team identified issues stemming from various methods of tobacco use and ultimately identify vaping as the most used method within their age group. These students identified gaps in available resources on their school campuses, as well as discrepancy in the enforcement of anti-tobacco measures. The team developed a video which targeted building awareness around the addictive nature of vaping and the power of indirect influence. Students used polling at a community event to gauge the level of awareness, both in the youth population and the adult population, around the issue presence of vaping within their homes and surrounding community. The results of the polling indicated that most adults weren't aware of the presence of vaping among teen population, but most youth had some level of exposure to it. The team members here tonight include DJ Nay Franklin, Devon Phillips, Shamari Shears, and Angel Williams. They have prepared a small presentation this evening.
Hello, my name is Shamari Shears. I am a part of a group called The Vape. We are a group researching on vaping and how it's impacting our youth. Here are some facts about vaping from my peers. The number of middle and high school kids start using e-cigarettes and vapes rose from 2.1 million to 3.6 million in 2018.
Hello, my name is Devon, and I'm part of the VAPE. Here are some facts. Sacramento has recently passed a bill to ban all tobacco-flavored vaping pens. And what vaping is an electronic cigarette that can be very, very addictive to teens and adults.
Hi, my name is DJ. I'm part of the vape, and I'm giving y'all an additional fact about why people use vape. Research said that people use vape to stop smoking. Some people just vape for the fun of it, also because it doesn't cost a lot of money. 5.6 million of today, American youngsters than 18 will die from smoking-related illness. Secondhand smoke is recycled smoke from tobacco cigarette. It contain more than 7,000 compounds.
Hi, my name is Angel, and I am part of the vape. Our community has these high nicotine use levels. Vaping is extremely addictive to teens and adults. Teens' brains are still developing, so it's more damaging to them. Addiction can impact the ability to focus for a lot of people. Teens who vape are more likely to start smoking cigarettes, and we have a video on YouTube called the/vape Sacramento Be Mad.
Thank you.
So at this time, I will come down and present you guys with your certificate.
For DLAC, okay. Thank you so much for your hard work on behalf of students throughout the district. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
None, Madam President.
Thank you. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a second? All those in favor? The motion carries. Before we go on to item 7.0 presentations, I do want to just say that I've heard from several community members, from educators and others who have attended the last few communities and expressed dismay over the level of discourse at a few of the board meetings. In particular, there was a sense from many community members who attended their first board meeting that booing and hissing and speaking over board members and the community members in particular, as they were providing public comments, was extremely discouraging, in direct conflict with the district's anti-bullying policy, and unfortunately, a reason why many who chose to come out to attend the board meeting may not seek to attend a board meeting in the future. And so in sharing that, I ask that we model for our community the behavior that we would model for our children, and that we have a respectful board meeting that in fact embraces the voices of our public commenters, as each of them are exerting a tremendous amount of courage in making their voices heard. With that, item 7.1, approve resolution number 3084 in recognition of the LGBTQ plus Pride Month, June 2019, which will be presented tonight by Second Vice President Minnick and Board Member Morowski.
Thank you, President Ryan. And may I invite up to the podium Ellie Damian, Mary Keenan, and our very own Nicole Wooford from our Connect Center. So Ellie is a 9th grade student from McClatchy. She is on the cross-country track team. She's always out there cheering on her teammates and helping fill up water jugs and cleaning up after meets and just being demonstrating great citizenship. And she was also one of our Lion Award recipients.
And Marie Keenan is an 8th grade student at Sutter Middle School and is the club president at their school Gender and Sexual Alliance.
And of course, Nicole Wooford is the director of our Connect Center, which supports LGBT students. So it's my great honor and pleasure to help present this resolution in honor of Pride Month and in recognition and support of our LGBTQ students and staff. I am incredibly proud to be a governing board member in a district that celebrates and supports LGBTQ students. Of course, we always have more work to do, but I would like to recognize the tremendous job of our Connect Center and our staff of our mental health professionals and all of our staff members who contribute to supporting our students. And I want to commend the prior board for updating the district's transgender policies, which are very up to date and very supportive. And I wanted to share that, as I was going around running for office, talking to a lot of people out in the community, I heard complaints about the district or people dealing with different things. But one of the really bright spots that I remember well is talking to a parent whose child underwent a gender transition, and them being supported by very knowledgeable and sensitive and competent district staff every step of the way. And these policies and this work really do save lives. I had the opportunity to attend an event that the district sponsors every year called Be Brave, Be You, and meet a number of students who talked about what they needed in order to succeed, and look forward to helping put some more things into place that they talked about. And lastly, I'll just say these students, they really blow me away because they are showing us the way forward, and it's a much more expansive and fluid and diverse view of gender and sexuality than I grew up with, and than many of us grew up with. And so I think Bob Dylan said it best. So get out of the way if you can't lend a hand, because the times, they are changing. And we can't afford to hold our students back from achieving their potential based on outdated concepts of gender and sexuality that no longer serve us. We need to let them shine. So with that, I will turn it over to Second Vice President.
Thank you, Member Morowski. So I also want to commend the Connect Center for the amazing work that you all are doing. And it's not just about being there as a supportive, caring adult for young people that need your help, but it's also a lot of administrative stuff that we don't think about in terms of really moving forward in supporting all our kids. Things like making sure that our students are called by their preferred pronoun, and that they're called by the name that they go by, and being able to make those help advocate for those kids at their school sites really makes a huge impact on so many of our students' lives. And so I really appreciate the work you've done. And Member Morowski mentioned the Be Brave, Be You conference. I also want to mention the No Time to Lose conference that comes up every couple years, which is really been kind of a testament to our commitment as a community to provide support to all our students. And people come from all over the state to be part of that and learn from the experiences that we've had here. So that's really important. And it's really great to see the students who have really stepped up to be leaders at their individual school sites, whether it's at a Gay Straight Alliance, Gender Sexual Minorities Club, or other clubs. As long as we are creating these safe spaces for all our kids, that's really important. I do want to mention before I read the resolution is that this Sunday will be the Pride Parade and festival downtown. There will be folks from this board and staff from the district, teachers, students, as well as from all of our neighboring districts and our county office of education, all marching together in support, and also as a recognition of the 50th anniversary of Stonewall and what kind of impact that's had on so many people's lives. So I'm hopeful that I will see y'all out there on Sunday. For those of you that would like to come, it will be starting at Southside Park. We'll be meeting around 9:30, and I'm not entirely sure what this means, but we're going to be in spot number 48. So look for spot number 48 at 9:30 and find us. And
A big banner.
And we'll be marching up to Capitol Mall for the festival. So we encourage as many students as possible to come and be part of that. It's always been fun. I think this will be my third time in the parade, and it's always a good time. So with that, why don't I read this resolution, and then we'll have the two of you say anything that you'd like to share. So I won't read the whole thing because it's kind of long. Whereas the Sacramento City Unified School District advocates and promotes the safe, inclusive, and respectful treatment of all of our students as part of the district's safe haven efforts, whereas the district is committed to providing a safe haven for all students, including lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning LGBTQ+ community, or those who may be perceived as such. Whereas the Sacramento City Unified School District commits to the implementation of the FAIR Act, that's the Fair, Accurate, Inclusive, and Respectful Education Act, into the K through 12th grade history and social studies curriculum. Whereas the month of June is an opportunity to highlight the identities and contributions of the LGBTQ+ community, and June 2019 in particular marks the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising, which highlighted and served as a catalyst for the struggle for LGBTQ rights. Whereas the Connect Center is a critical district program for students, staff, and community resources. The Connect Center provides training, activities, and lessons for and about LGBTQ identities, and is committed to fostering a safe and respectful district, school, and community culture. Whereas the Board of Education recognizes and rejects the shameful history and present-day manifestations of bias against and oppression of LGBTQ individuals, and heartily celebrates each LGBTQ student and staff as valued members of the SCUSD community. And whereas, by recognizing Pride Month, we support other policies, practices, and curricula that honor and respect LGBTQ+ students, staff, and families. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School Board of Education declares June 2019 as LGBTQ Pride Month, and directs the superintendent and all district staff to continue supporting lessons, activities, and conversations that engage students in meaningful learning, research, and writing about our LGBTQ+ students and families. Do we want to do a vote and then have them, let's have them speak first.
Yes, please. We would love to hear from you.
You want to go first? After you. All right. Hello. Let's change this over here a little bit. Hello. Hi, board. My name is Marie, and I'm sure you already know that already. But I really like what you guys are doing with the school. However, I feel as though this month shouldn't just be to celebrate their contribution to the community. It should be more of starting a discussion. I am the president of the LGBTQ+ club, and I constantly face just them not having a support system and being the ally and being the person and the shoulder to lean on, you know? And it's like a prominent kind of thing. Like, we have this bathroom, just one gender neutral bathroom, and it's like you are a minority, and that's what it feels like every single day when you go. So what I really want is for June to be the discussion. I love the fact that that you guys desire for it to be the LGBTQ+ month, and I support it wholly. But we need to discuss these things. We don't have supports. Your identity. I feel like when we make this the month, the mental health, the education on sexuality, I feel like it should be more than that, because I have so many people in my school who don't even know how HIV is spread. There's barely, the sexual education we're given isn't staying, and the understanding of the LGBT community isn't sticking. So I hope with all my heart that this June thing will resolve the situation.
Thank you. Are you also
Ellie?
speaking?
Hello, my name is Ellie. Nice to meet you all. It's my first time here. Forgive me if I'm a little nervous.
That's okay.
I'm very grateful, like Marie said, about everything that you're doing. As a transgender athlete at C.K. McClatchy High School, I personally haven't faced any challenges yet due to my gender identity, but I do know lots of people who have when it comes to being an athlete and transgender. And I personally think that it's just terrible how some people are treated because they have no choice over their identity. So I would really hope you would take into consideration more accommodations for transgender athletes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nicole, do you want to say anything while we come down with these? Thanks.
Okay. Hello, board. I want to thank you so much for this resolution and that this is the second year that this resolution has been introduced and been adopted. I am so humbled and honored by the voices of the students. The fact that I get to work with them so closely and get to know them so intimately and to hear all of their stories, both the triumphs as well as the challenges and what their needs are. And even though this is a very small population of our student body, they are a vulnerable population quite often. And these two students happen to be two of the most fortunate ones, that they have family support, they have people who can show up for them, and they're receiving that unconditional love from their families that say, who you are, you're just our child and we love you. And what we know is that that is not always the case. And unfortunately, what we see more often than not is that this is not the case. And so there we have the list of risk factors of why these students have such a high risk of developing mental health conditions, why these students have such a high risk of dropping out of school because they are being targeted and they are being discriminated against and they are being bullied and they are being harassed on school campuses, why these students are really suffering because they do not have the information that they need to protect themselves from sexually transmitted infections. And the list goes on and on and on. Just today, we received a referral for an LGBTQ student who is 18 years old and is going to be homeless next week because his family said, on your graduation day, you're on the street. So this is something that we deal with on a regular basis at the Connect Center. It's something that is known out there, but my staff and I intimately are aware of the case by case by case, story after story, and we see the faces of these children behind these stories, and it's tragic. It is tragic. So the fact that the Connect Center and the LGBTQ Support Services Program exists, that we have the No Time to Lose conference, that we have a trans policy, that we have the Be Brave, Be You, that I have a dedicated staff person, that we can actually provide mentoring to these students, that our district now supports 17 gender and sexuality alliance clubs, which is a great start, but certainly is not comprehensive in a district this large. We are very fortunate in many ways in this district, but we still have a long way to go. So I thank you so much for all of your support. I am so committed to these young people. They're amazing, and they are hopefully going to be out there on Sunday to really represent our district and all of the LGBT youth that really don't have opportunities to progress the way that these two have. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicole, and thank you to our incredible youth for exercising the courage of your voice. Do we have a motion to adopt the resolution? Do we have a second?
Second.
All, student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. None opposed, the motion carries. Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you on Sunday. Item 7.2, the Classified Champion Awards, which will be presented this evening by Cristina Villegas.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, board members. My name is Cristina Villegas. I'm Human Resources Director. Tonight, we will be honoring 4 of our classified employees as our 2019-20 Classified Champion Award recipients. Our Classified Champion winners have gone above and beyond their duties and are deserving of this recognition for their dedication to the district as well as their commitment in helping promote the continuous educational services to our students. The 4 employees being recognized tonight were nominated by their peers, parents, students, and administrators based on their beyond the call of duty service and commitment to our students. We are excited to present this award to our 2019-20 classified champion winners. I'd like to invite at this moment Carla Fawcett, SEIU President, to help me pass out the awards. As I call out our classified champions by name, if they can come up to receive their award. Okay, the first recipient of this award is Mr. Robert Bryce. He's a school plant operations manager, has been with the district for over 5 years, actually 11.9 years to be exact, with the majority of those years at Caleb Greenwood Elementary School. Okay. Our second award recipient is Lynette Johnson, who's a clerk, who currently is a clerk too, has been with the district for over 5 years, actually 8.3 years to be exact, with the majority of those years at Caleb Greenwood Elementary School.
Wow. Caleb Greenwood's representing.
Our third recipient is Christina Facio, who's a current instructional aide, special education, has been with the district for over 33 years, actually 34.5 years, with almost all of those years at Sutter Middle School.
Yay!
And finally, our fourth classified champion recipient is Azizat Sani. She's an instructional aide, special education, has been with the district for over 2 years, actually 3.3 years to be exact, at Hiram Johnson High School. Let's give our 2019 Classified Champion Award winners a round of applause. Congratulations. If you can follow me to have pictures taken. Oh, I went with him. Okay, yeah.
Moving on to item 7.3, the 1920 Teacher of the Year, which will be presented this evening by Dr. Tiffany Smith-Simmons.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. I am Tiffany Smith-Simmons, and I am honored to Thank you. I am honored today to present and announce our 2019-2020 Teachers of the Year. This year, our committee, comprised of principals and teachers, had a very difficult decision. We received numerous nominations from principals and students. One school in particular, students in the 3rd grade class, I almost feel like it was an assignment, how many teacher nominations we received, but they were from different teachers. So I know that the one teacher didn't give it as homework. We were so pleased to read all of the student comments and why they felt like their teacher should be Teacher of the Year. Teachers have a difficult job. Some people think it's just a profession and something that they do, but we know teaching is a calling. We know that teachers every day do something magical to make learning contagious. I was very pleased and honored to visit the classrooms that I did this year as we were selecting our Teachers of the Year, and in every classroom, learning was alive. It was filled with wonder, learning, and growth. but the committee had a choice to make. We could only select 2 teachers. And so today we are here to announce that we have 2 teachers, a mathematics teacher at Sutter Middle School, Heidi Gaynor. Heidi has been a teacher with us for over 18 years.
Wow.
Thank you. And we're really, I kind of got a nudge this afternoon. And the first time in recent history, we are recognizing a special day class teacher.
Wonderful.
Really pleased to bring Seema Sokolis up. She's a special day class teacher at James Marshall with over 15 years of experience. Thank you. If you could please come down for photos. Thank you. Congratulations.
Moving on to item 8.0, public hearing. 8.1 is our first public hearing item of the evening. This is an information item. We're going to have a 2019-20 Local Control and Accountability Plan update presented this evening by Mr. Harris and Kathy Morrison. Is Kathy not coming? Okay. And who are
Good evening, Board President Ryan, Board Members, Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I'm the Chief of Accountability and Continuous Improvement here in Sacramento City Unified. I'm joined this evening with Kathy Morrison, who's our SCUSD and LCAP coordinator. And then also we have Gloria Chung from our budget office joining us. Then we have 2 distinguished members of our Local Control Accountability Plan PAC, or Parent Advisory Committee, Ms. Brizel and Ms. Webster Hawkins. They're going to join us as well in the presentation. Tonight we're excited to present the public hearing for the 2019-2020 LCAP. And as we go through the presentation this evening, hopefully you'll get a sense that this presentation will feel a little different than last year because we've taken into account some of the audits that we've experienced from FCMAT and then also requests specifically from stakeholder groups and from the Fiscal Transparency Committee as well. And so tonight we're excited to show you the LCAP as it's currently formed right now. You know, as we think about the LCAP, it really does represent the district's strategic planning process and strategic planning document. And as we relate it back to not just the guiding principle, but also the core value, it's probably one of the most important ways that we're able to disrupt inequities in our system. Because you'll hear in a moment the call to action that we've heard from various stakeholders about inequities that exist and looking to the LCAP to represent our ability to disrupt them and then create the conditions where every student can fulfill the guiding principle. We've shared this graphic several times, and the theme of it remains ever important right now as we continue with the season of completing the LCAP, also obviously completing the budget process, and then actually, as we'll see in a June 20th board meeting, the completion of our school siting planning processes through our things that we call SCUSD. Ultimately, as we think about the history of most districts, these have been important processes, but to a large degree, separate and distinct. What we've been working on over this school year very intensely is how do we bring these things together? So as you think about site planning, as you think about our district planning, and ultimately how those things show up in the budget, and of course in a year like this when it's incredibly important for us to manage our resources as tightly as possible, we really are looking forward to showing the integration of the LCAP with our budgeting process, with our site planning process. So I mentioned to you some of the key changes that we've made year over year, and this one reflects what we found in the FICMAT process. There was a key finding in terms of not always having a tight alignment between budget and the LCAP, and so this year we've been very intentional, having several meetings between the budget office and our LCAP team to make sure that there's tight alignment, not just in terms of the numbers, but in terms of explaining what's happening in terms of strategic planning for the district. How do those strategic plans show up financially within the district's resources? And then as we share with the Fiscal Transparency Committee, our technology team is actually leading an important project which will create the automation and the technical backbone to actually be able to show literally in a very concrete and specific way how site plans, district plans show up within our budgeting process. And so ultimately, we will be able to bring a level of rigor to the return on investment, not just in terms of tying LCAP to budget, but actually are the outcomes we're seeking happening and are they being demonstrated? As you can see in the example here, one being reclassification progress for students because we'll be able to track specifically site planning and district planning for EL reclassification. As a district, we know that we have a call to action for various student groups. The state has a differentiated assistance process, which of course we're addressing through our site planning process and district planning process through the LCAP. All of the student groups in our district matter. These student groups specifically have been called out by our state accountability system because of significant low performance on some of the key indicators that you see on the right there. And so ultimately our LCAP is meant to disrupt the patterns that we've seen in those student results. And again, you'll see that also when we share the community engagement pieces. So the public hearing tonight is really an opportunity now to hear specifically how we're manifesting, how are we realizing the LCAP goals, and they're all incredibly important. And you'll see later in the presentation how we've disaggregated the results in terms of specific actions around each goal. And so tonight it's really important to see the integration with the LCAP and our budgeting process. And so obviously in Ed Code as well, it's called out specifically when we get to the hearing on June 20th that these two are adopted together. Engagement is key. As you look at this slide, you'll see there's been extensive engagement and outreach, but we do have one gap that we're seeking to address, and that's with our bargaining units. We tried some strategies that didn't work out effectively, and so actually tomorrow we're also going to push into the upcoming Labor Management Council meeting to get feedback, but we recognize that was a gap in our feedback process, and so we're working to close that prior to obviously the adoption on June 20th, because obviously we know there's a very important feedback that we want to hear from our bargaining partners as well. But you can see here extensively across many other stakeholder groups, we've had an opportunity to at least share at least once this draft LCAP. So with that, we're going to transition. You have an opportunity to hear directly from LCAP and PAC members. You'll get a sense of their urgency and then also the urgency of other groups and where there's intersections. What's powerful and important is that as you think about many of the engagement processes we have through our task forces and other standing committees like the DLAC, there are many important intersections that we definitely are consider important to call out.
Good evening, President Ryan and board members. LaShanya Brazell, LCAP committee member. The portion I'm going to be reading on is the stakeholder voice and what we heard in the recommendations that we came up with. And the first one is low percent of students on grade level. Mm-hmm. Secondly, limited evaluation and accountability of programs. Number 3, mandatory professional development. 4 is change trajectory for underperforming students, but especially for foster youth scholars, students with disabilities, English learners, as well to scholars of African descent. And then also trauma-informed training is recommended. Authentic parent engagement is needed, and to me vital as well. And then concern for resolution of fiscal crisis as well.
Good evening, President Ryan, members of the board. Very happy to be presenting along with this panel on the draft LCAP for your consideration tonight. First I want to just say how honored I have been to be part of this group. The parents are incredibly engaged, smart, knowledgeable, resourceful, connected. It was very wonderful to serve with a group of parents that's so reflective of the diversity of our district and our students. It's really an asset, and I give credit to Kathy and Vincent for being wonderful facilitators to make sure that we have the knowledge that we need through meaningful presentations so we can understand the budget and other compliance processes that fold into the district's planning. So I think we're a very equipped parent engagement committee, and to the extent that the board has directed that the committee now be on a rolling basis so that we always have some experienced members and new members, I would say that that's being effectuated and accomplished.
Excellent.
We presented the LCAP PAC's priorities to you at the last board meeting on May 16th, and I want to be clear that those comments, those weren't comments on a draft because the draft hadn't been presented yet to us. They were our priorities that we've been working on this year. They largely were not new. They were a refined articulation of the priorities that the LCAP PAC presented to you last year, with a few additions like the trauma-informed practices. So we're building and going deeper. This crosswalk is a wonderful presentation for you about, I think this clearly shows to you the call to action, what our students need. You're looking at the work of 5 parent and community engagement efforts and student efforts. The student committee, which presented to you at the last meeting, was truly amazing. There's an additional advisory committee, the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, and I think easily they would have a column with most X's across most of these boxes as well. So this provides for you a very palpable portrait of the needs of our students. That said, I did notice that many of the important actions and strategies that the LCAP PAC recommended to you aren't reflected in this draft. We attempted in putting together the actions and the strategies for this last annual update of the 3-year plan. We attempted to be mindful of the budget stresses, and we crafted the actions to either be a more specific description of a currently stated goal or metric, or that metrics be itemized and disaggregated across the student groups so that we can better understand what student groups their needs are being met and which aren't. Because we believe that we can't check off a goal as accomplished until all student groups meet the desired metric. That's equity. Additionally, the student outcome data for 2018-19 in this draft is not something that the PAC had been able to see before this Monday, before the draft was made fully available. And frankly, it doesn't show a lot of progress. And in some cases shows regression in key student outcomes that we all want. So we would have hoped for a more widespread adoption of the actions and strategies that we recommended. But that said, next year we begin the planning for the next 3-year LCAP. And we sincerely hope that when we get to that point in September, that our recommendations, together with the recommendations of these other community engagement groups, really form the backbone of what that strategy is going to look like, so we can re-engineer our budget and achieve bold student outcomes.
Thank you, Renee.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent, and board members. Kathy Morrison. We wanted to take one more chance to recognize the student engagement that was lifted up this year. Student voice is so important, and we had a 2-pronged approach this year that really deepened what we could hear from our students. So starting with an intern from the Met working in the LCAP office 2 days a week, we had greater opportunities for student-friendly communication and support for focus groups. Then our Student Advisory Council, with support of the California Endowment and UC Davis, did a fabulous action research report that really provided us with a lot of insight as to what students feel their needs are and express them in terms of the LCAP. So as I begin to tell you a little bit about what is in the draft, we want to make sure that we remind everyone that key to the LCAP are the supplemental and concentration funds that are provided through the local control funding formula. This year, we are receiving, or pardon me, in the 2019-20 school year, we will receive approximately $76 million, and those funds are to support the needs of low-income students, English learners, homeless, and foster youth. And when we place actions in the LCAP, we have to use the 3 questions as guiding guidance for us. So when we put actions in, what are the needs of our unduplicated students? How do these actions take these factors into consideration? And will this action, or how will this action help achieve the outcomes we expect for those students? So some of the things that we've added to the LCAP this year, I think, have a real theme of student support and engagement. So you see the word intervention. We talked about students not being on grade level. There's lots of academic interventions planned, credit recovery, and also student support in terms of enrichment and experiential learning opportunities. Goal 1, college, career, life-ready graduates. This list is a partial list. It is the biggest investment in our LCAP, and the most significant area with additions are in the area of advanced learning opportunities, because providing more equity to students across the district has been lifted up as a very important theme. So decreasing disproportionality in our criteria-based programs, providing more access to college and career opportunities. Goal 2 is around student engagement. I think that the key here is many new activities planned to support students to become more interested in school. So things like field trips, college and business visits, music clubs, and instructional technology. Goal 3 is family and community empowerment. And here, our theme is really just building those trusting relationships that support student engagement and also promote things like positive attendance. And goal 4, operational excellence, is really how we use data to drive our decision-making, building our data infrastructure, and again, with the customer service, helping families navigate the system. So this is a graphic timeline of where we are right now. We are at the draft phase. It's sort of like reaching the finish line. Our next big milestone is the adoption. And as Mr. Harris mentioned, at the adoption, we will also bring our school plans for student achievement to the board for adoption. We'll submit the LCAP to the county office within 5 days of board adoption, and wait to hear their advice on it. And then finally, as Renee mentioned, we are looking forward to the redesign of the LCAP as we hit the next 3-year cycle. And thank you.
Great. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take public comment. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do. We have public comments from Deborah Hetrick and Teresa Hernandez, Angel Santa Maria, Vitalina Tuffy, and some of these I understand are in groups. April Ibarra, Laura Ayala Santa Maria, and John Perryman.
Are there any
On Liz Guillen, sorry.
Are there any individuals wishing to combine their time?
I'm going to do one, she's going to do one, and then they're going to combine their time.
Got it. Okay, perfect.
Good evening, President Ryan, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Deborah Hetrick, and I'm the coordinator for multilingual literacy. I am here this evening to honor and recognize 3 outstanding community members who have given themselves tirelessly to support our English learner students and parents. These members served as the DLAC Executive Committee for 2 consecutive years during the 17-18 and 19-20 school year. And I can tell you that we have been very successful at DLAC this year because of their guidance and support. Maria Flores is president. She is not here today, but Teresa Hernandez, vice president, is here, and Vitalina Tufi has been our secretary. And I'd just like to recognize and honor them for their hard work and service.
Thank you. Teresa?
Translator?
Oh. Superintendent, you can translate.
Hello. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Teresa Hernández,
Buenas
vicepresidenta de DILAC.
Good evening, President Ryan, members of the board, superintendent. My name is Teresa Hernández.
Quiero presentar también a Vitolina, por favor.
Good evening. I'm Vitalina Tufi, the secretary of DILAC.
Y estamos aquí esta noche como partes interesadas del plan del ELCAP. Como la comunidad de LIDA aprendió y evaluó la efectividad de los procedimientos del distrito que apoyan a los padres de los estudiantes de aprendices de inglés. Al asistir a estas reuniones, los padres fortalecen este comité. Este comité fue creado precisamente para todos esos padres que tienen hijos aprendices de inglés. Si nos ponemos a pensar, todos somos emigrantes. Por lo tanto, somos una gran capacidad los que no hablamos el inglés. Entonces, este comité apoya, fortalece, ayuda. Oh, sorry, se me olvidó.
We are here this evening as key stakeholders of the Local Control and Accountability Plan. The DLAC Community Learning and Assessment Effectiveness of the District Procedures in the program that supports our English learner students and parents in the district while attending the DLAC meetings. We participate in a process that leads us to the 2 priorities recommended that we are going to share with you today.
Sorry. Quiero presentar el nuevo comité que va a tomar parte del 2019-2020, el ciclo escolar. Quiero que ellas sean las que continúen con las prioridades que tenemos para este comité. Laura. Sorry.
Está bien.
April. Ibarra.
We are here to introduce the 2 committee members, which is Ibarra April, the new DLAC president for 2019-2020 school year.
April Ibarra. Yay, April. April's an amazing parent advocate of ours at Oak Ridge Elementary and community member.
Thank you so much. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Aguilar. Some of you may have seen me in other advocacy roles. This evening, I'm here to represent DLAC. And I just wanted to share briefly some of the priorities that were spoken about at the DLAC meetings that I did attend. And I also want to take the time to thank both Maiveng and Leticia Garcia for assisting in the majority of our meetings, actually. And we also had the honor of our superintendent being at one of our recent ones as well. In those conversations, it was really interesting to see how the parents really opened up and really used their voices, something that I personally haven't seen over the last 6 to 7 years in DLAC. So for me as a parent, that was such a beautiful moment. But to really hear them prioritize what they want. And the number one thing that we heard was, we really want our kids to be reclassified. And what are we doing for not only our newcomers, but our long-term English learners? And so some of the conversation pieces that came up were some teachers didn't recognize who their EL students were. And so that's a concern for me as a parent. I can speak English. My child came with 2 years of preschool from Mexico, so she could not when she started school. My advantage, My privilege was that I can advocate for her and speak on her behalf. Unfortunately, many families cannot do that. And so we know that they want their kids to succeed and they understand the importance of it, but what are we going to do together to make that happen? And so I hope that I can work collaboratively with you as a board and both with the community of our school district to really talk about what can we do to make those changes happen. And I just want to briefly share, we are at 13% for meeting state level in comparison to neighboring districts, and we did share some of that information with you. Oak Grove, although they are a larger district than us, they have pretty much the same number of EL students, approximately 9,000 students that are English learners. So for them to be able to see 23.9% with the same amount, there's no reason that we can't reach that as well. One of the challenges that I've learned about this year as a middle school student, parent, I have a daughter who's just finishing up 7th grade. One of my greatest concerns for her was that she just reclassified in 5th grade. And so I really wanted to make sure that while she's under that 4-year where the district continues to monitor her, she had the supports that she needed should she fall behind. So as a parent, I did my research, and I know that at Fernbacon Middle School, they offer a full support system within their structure of how they give their curriculum for students like her. So one of my priorities as a parent is to really work together with you all to think about how can we continue this in other middle schools? Because in middle school, there are now long-term EL students who only have a very little bit of time. So that's one of the things that we heard at we also heard from the parents that they want more education on how they can support their EL students in their native languages. So I'm gonna go ahead and pass the time to our newly elected vice president who I get to work with, so Yova.
Hello, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Yova Ayala Santamaria, and I am very proud to be on the DLAC committee. I'm new to the DLAC committee, but I'm a very strong, supportive parent at my children's schools. Another point that we wanted to see was parent and family engagement. I know that superintendent came to one of our meetings and there was hardly anybody there. And so in that sense, we would like to see an outreach and improve in attendance in ELAC, in DLAC, and also at the board meetings. We would also like to have training for parents of EL students because sometimes kids come home with homework and a parent who doesn't speak English doesn't know what that homework is. And so the student goes back to school without that knowledge. We would also like to work on suspension rates, how that goes forth. How the reclassification process is. My kids have been reclassified, and I didn't know how that went. Sometimes papers get sent home, and kids go home with them, go to school, and they say, "What's this?" They come into the front office and go, "What was this paper that got sent home? What do these numbers mean?" And as a parent, you don't know what that is, and that comes straight from the district. We want every parent to have a voice, not just us. We want every parent to feel like they have a voice and that you guys are listening to us and that you know what our wants and our concerns are. So thank you for your time. And April will like to say something else, so I will let her go ahead.
Okay. So Teresa and I are going to close really quickly. I just want to bring up, and as part of the pink, I don't know the proper term for it, but people who are pink slipped in the district. One of the things that I know personally that has been advocated for since 2013-14 is for us to really expand the support of the staff in the multilingual department. I was very distraught to learn that the position of Deborah, who was able to organize us today, is one of the positions that was eliminated. We cannot backtrack, board. We cannot. We worked effortlessly and really hard with both past and current board members to advocate for that. And to give it to us and then take it away is gonna deteriorate all of the hard work over those years. And so I don't know.
Solamente quiero decirles cómo es la diferencia cuando uno no habla el inglés, que uno no puede expresarse. Precisamente por eso, Antes de dejar este comité, quiero que por favor, en realidad, consigan buenos intérpretes porque es difícil que puedan traducir lo que uno siente y todo lo que uno quiere decir. Gracias por el tiempo que me ofrecieron.
Muchas gracias.
So what Teresa is saying is that, as you can hear, it's very, basically what she's saying is the language barrier is very difficult. And so moving forward, one of her hopes as she leaves as the president or as the vice president is that you guys really look into who you're hiring to do the translation, because it is very important that when a parent comes up here to speak from their heart and share and tell you what they want for their kids, that that message is being portrayed properly, but also that the message coming back is also being given properly.
Thank you. We very much appreciate that input. And if you can stay here for one more minute, we will be discussing in the budget item tonight, given the equity implications, the ability to bring back the multilingual coordinator position. Obviously, it would be a tremendous loss for a community so often without a voice. And so we appreciate that feedback. I also just really want to thank the outgoing officers. Teresa, you are a beacon of light in the district. You are such an incredible advocate. You care so deeply for our children. And we have been fortunate for your many years of service. We hope to continue to bring you in to be an advocate for students in years to come.
And then President Ryan, can I just add to that as well? Teresa, I also just want to let you know that I know you're not going anywhere, even though you are exiting out of DLAC. I know the first time that I met you was when I was an LCAP rep, and I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being the eyes and ears on the ground for so many of us on this board, and that demand that you and so many parents continue to demand that we do everything in our power to make sure that we give our students all the resources they need so that they can be successful. And we can't do this work without you. And I just want to say you are one of the most incredible, amazing parent advocate organizer on the ground. And this district is incredibly lucky to have you. And so I'm just, thank you, a heartfelt thank you so much.
And Superintendent Aguilar also wanted to say something.
Thank you, President Ryan. I too want to echo our gratitude to Ms. Hernandez, and I'd like to just say a few words to her in Spanish. Muchísimas gracias, señor Hernández. Yo la conocí, si mal no recuerdo, antes de que me nombraran superintendente. Creo que en ese tiempo había sido seleccionado como finalista y la conocí en Luther Burbank. Y bueno, desde entonces, obviamente ha demostrado su compromiso hacia nuestros estudiantes, no nada más los aprendices de inglés, sino todos los estudiantes en escuelas como Luther Burbank, donde se ven a plena vista las inequidades que todavía existen en nuestro sistema. Así que creo que la miembro Bang lo dijo mejor que todos nosotros. No consideramos esto una despedida, sino nos vemos pronto. Así que ojalá que siga cabildeando y abogando por nuestros estudiantes y empoderando también a padres de familia para expandir el número de padres de familia que se involucren y que la vean como un ejemplo de lo que se puede hacer como padre de familia. Muchísimas gracias.
Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I had the great privilege of meeting this dynamic trio. So Maria, Teresa, and Vitalina, and their energy, their passion, and your commitment to making sure that you're a loud, strong voice for English learners, but not only for English learners, but for all students to have the supports and services that they need to be successful. But in particular, highlighting the critical importance, going back to one of the priorities for the incoming leadership, and one of my priorities as well, is to really look at reclassification rates, because we know that for English learners, we need to focus on reclassifying within 6 years. Otherwise, you are on a completely different path and trajectory that is not the trajectory of maybe sometimes even graduating from high school, but having opportunities post-high school graduation, whether it's college or career. So you just get derailed. So I look forward to working with the two of you, but I just wanted to make sure that we thank Maria, who's not here, but Teresa and Vitalina for all your hard work that I know you have elevated DLAC, and I look forward to continuing to work with all three of you in a different capacity. So thank you for all your hard work.
And we have a couple of awards to present you before we continue on with questions and closing out the presentation.
We'll get into the middle. This way we know they'll be able to see Carol.
I know where you live. And with that, we're going to begin taking board member comments and questions. I do also want to just thank Lashana and Renee for your incredible work on the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee. And we do have one more.
President Ryan, yes, sorry, we do have John Perryman and I believe Liz Guillen.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
My apologies.
And I will continue to demonstrate my technological illiteracy. How do you, can you help me? Okay, and is that upside down or is it like this? And I can't see it. Oh, that looks better. I can email it to you tomorrow if you want. Is it working? All right. So I'll just show it to you very old school. Oh, now it's working.
There we go.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm concentrating solely on the supplemental and concentration grant funds. I've asked that you account for all of it. And here's the section where you're sort of summarizing it. Good, you have a list of things that you're doing for services. However, it doesn't list the costs. And so I went line by line through the 179-page document and made a spreadsheet, which I'll email to you. And it largely agrees with the total at the top that you're accounting for supplemental and concentration grant money. But there are significant errors. There's a lot of minor errors that I think your staff are aware of when they say things like spring requisitions and they don't say what it is. Okay, they're not in yet. Or site-based plans that aren't in yet.
Difficulties, this is causing our program out to go haywire.
All right. Sorry about that. So, 3 major errors. Number 1 is page 18. Action. Well, page 18, you're listing K through 3 class size reduction and collaborative time. And you're listing a cost of about $40 million. Collaborative time is $5 to $7 million. K through 3 class size reduction money, according to your outside auditor in December, was $7.5 million. It's nowhere near $40 million. That's a $25 million error. That might be good news, because the second major error is you've been in the past, including this year, spending 25% of supplemental and concentration grant money, sending it to school sites under the supervision of the school site councils. Your list of expenses don't list that. So you need to add in 15 to 19 million more. The third error is one you might be happy to hear. You didn't list any administrative expenses. If you're spending $65 million, those people use human resources, those people use risk management. There should be some administrative expense. Anyway, I'll email you tomorrow. I tried to get all the board members. Kid came in and I only sent it to one. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much, and we'll follow up with Ms. Canfield on those items.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar and President Ryan and all the board members. I'm Liz Guillen. I'm with Public Advocates. I can't spend all my time saying all the good things that I have seen in the LCAP and in the presentation tonight. It really is a far cry and a demonstration of so much maturity and process by Ms. Morrison, Mr. Harris, all the staff, and the LCAP PAC this year, as well as the DLAC. So many good things have happened. There are some issues still in the LCAP that I am focusing on because of the current fiscal situation and the challenge of getting the document online. I've not had an opportunity to really delve. But to reinforce some of the things that you heard from parent voices tonight, it is good that you are reconsidering the reduction in staff around the multilingual department. I think that's really important. I was distressed also at the reclassification issue and how bad the metrics are. And I suggest that in the same way that you focus on A to G attainment and graduation, AP, that you also focus and create as a metric the assessments both at the LCAP at the beginning as well as the summative assessment. I think that would help to elevate the importance of that goal, that benchmark, and so that it becomes a benchmark that everybody focuses on in the district. The requirement to use supplemental and concentration to increase and improve services that are principally directed, at some point soon, they have to be evaluated for effectiveness. That's harder to do when the justifications for the reasons why you're doing it are not clear. And those are the kinds of things that I'll be working with Kathy on.
Thank you so much, Ms. Guillen. That was our last public comment on this item. If I can please have Superintendent Aguilar, perhaps, since the theme of assessments and the difficulties with reclassifying our students and that being a top priority for the DLAC committee came up several times. Can you speak to the process of reclassification and where we're encountering challenges?
Yeah, thank you, President Ryan. I'm going to ask Dr. Taylor to give the specific details, and then I'll kind of close with some commentary as well.
Yeah, so there are different ways that we can reclassify students. The reclassification process requires that we use the LPAC, which is the English language proficiency exam. And then we also have to use an achievement exam, right? And so customarily we use CAS. However, that's not the only achievement exam that we can use. We can use local assessments as well to inform reclassification. Our challenge is in our assessment MOU, which has, we have not been able to administer any local assessments because of the need to reach agreement with our bargaining unit around the administration of local assessments. And so this just impacts our ability to use, to reclassify students using more than just our state assessments.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Superintendent Aguilar, did you have anything else?
Just to mention that obviously this is a concern because EL students are part of the LCFF funding formula. I know that there is great concern for how we continue to monitor and intervene appropriately, particularly for students that are long-term English learners. Students who have been classified as ELs beyond the 5 or 6 year period that one would anticipate is what it should take. And we have reached out to our partners, hoping that we can continue to discuss this MOU in light of these challenges of not being able to reach the kind of redesignation rates that we would like to reach.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Board Member Vang.
I'll keep my comments brief because I know it's going to be a long board meeting tonight. First, I just want to thank Kathy for your hard work. I remember when I was an LCAP rep and when we started, when LCFF was implemented and how crazy that was. And just to see just the transformation of LCAP and just the work that you've put in has been incredible. So I want to give a shout out to you because all of this can't happen without a staff at CERNA facilitating, working with LCAP. So thank you. I also just want to give a shout out to Member Minnick, as well as Superintendent, for really helping to realign, mainly a shout out to Superintendent for his work and Kathy around the alignment. Michael, I'm gonna get to you, around the alignment with SIPSA, LCAP, and budget. And I look forward to actually hearing the budget presentation on how these recommendations from LCAP committee actually made it into our budget. And then the shout out to you, Michael, was I remember when both of us were tasked to help kind of rethink through the LCAP process, and we talked about staggered position for LCAP appointees. And so I think that is very helpful. I know I'm also going to give a shout out to my LCAP reps, Frank Dion and Chino Rhodes. That's Area 5. I know that both of my LCAP rep has always attended meetings, and we always have a strong showing, and so I want to give a shout out to them. The only question I had for Kathy and the LCAP reps is I know that there were a lot of recommendations, right? And you kind of shared with us some of the main, I mean, I know there was more than this, but how did you guys come to that? Was it just like a consensus, a number amount of folks on the LCAP said this is a priority, so you made it the top priority, right? If you can kind of just walk through that piece a little bit with me, that would be great.
Sure, Member Vang and members of the board, I would say that because of some of the institutional memory on the committee from parents that have served previously, together with the new members, and they're we're all, I think, chosen because they were already pretty sophisticated about a lot of aspects of district planning and budgeting, that we were really able to absorb the content and subject matter knowledge that Dr. Harris and Kathy Morrison gave to us. And then also in our discussions, it just seemed very much that we were all very aligned in our thinking about whether it was on specific content or when then we would take the content and then back away 20,000 feet and look at all the needs of the district, that we were applying that knowledge and thinking about it through a similar lens. And even though the members on the committee are diverse, there were some times where we had some good, healthy discussions. And, but even though the LCAP PAC really doesn't have, we don't follow Robert's Rules of Order, we didn't, we came to really mature decisions and conclusions by the end of each meeting. I think that the proof is in the alignment of the PAC's recommendations with the DLACs, with the African American Achievement Task Force. I mean, it's all those groups looking at this problem and potential solutions through different lenses. And, as my third grader came home from Matsuyama the other day and he said, look, I learned about Venn diagrams. This is the Venn diagram. This is where, even though there's different interests and maybe different rankings, and that was an interesting conversation we did have at one point, because what we did is we honored the work of the PAC from previous years, and then we supplemented it based on some emerging needs. And then we had a discussion. Do we rank them? Because we came out with a list of 10. You saw the recommendations. And very much like the African American Achievement Task Force explained to you last month, we came to the conclusion you can't pull out any one piece. It's a set of robust recommendations which, through the strength of their pieces, should produce the variety of outcomes that we're collectively seeking. So we decided purposefully not to rank them.
Thank you so much for your thorough answer.
Thank you. Board Member Minnick.
I didn't ring in just because I got a shout out. No, I just want to thank you all, but I wanted to, and it was already spoken to, but really thank you for the work you've done in creating this aligned LCAP process with our budget, with everything else. I think that, as Member Vang said, that was a big concern for us when we first came on, 2.5 years ago, that they were going on these parallel tracks, but they weren't really influencing each other. And so then, all these parents who are spending so much time and effort into this were just really a checkbox, and that's just unacceptable. And what we've seen here, and we're going to see this in our next presentation, as I was looking through the proposed budget, is so many of those changes and things that we want to prioritize are a result of the conversations that happened in that LCAP committee. And so this is a huge change for us as a system, and I'm really excited about that. I also really want to tell you how much I appreciated that slide that showed all the advisory groups, because I had written down on here, aligned with African American Task Force, right there. And then that next slide came up, and I was like, oh, I was right. But to see how much overlap, it really does prove that, parent engagement, that professional development, that these things that we can all agree are really important and can have this huge impact on our kids. And to see it laid out like that was really cool. So I appreciate everything. And as always, the addition of the student voice in this, makes me very happy. And to know that it was an authentic student voice, that it wasn't another checkbox. I feel like we have a long way to go to make it everything perfect, but we have made huge strides in how we do LCAP here in the last couple of years. So I'm really excited. And we have just great members on that committee that really make that happen. So thank you all.
Absolutely. Member Morowski, followed by Member Garcia.
Thank you all. Thank you for the presentation. And I look forward to having more time over the next couple weeks to dig in before we actually adopt the LCAP. It's a very long document, as you know. It's hard to wrap your head around. This is the first one I'm looking at. I did want to ask about the kind of the roll-up of supplemental and concentration funds, and looking through it, I saw it kind of dispersed throughout, and it would be really nice to have a spreadsheet. So as part of that display, I don't know that it's not able to be done, and I think that. Did you want to address that? Yeah.
I'll just jump in. We do have a spreadsheet that lists each item by goal with a very brief description, and then there are columns that display whether it's base funds, supplemental and concentration, title funds, or grant. And that is something that generally we will post with the LCAP.
Oh, okay. And
So-
I'm sorry, maybe I missed it, or?
No, it hasn't gone out yet.
It hasn't gone out yet. Okay.
But it is complete. We just wanted to make sure it was perfect.
Okay. Well, I really look forward to, yes. And I recall seeing one of these. So I really look forward to seeing that and just being able to review it kind of visually and see where the supplemental and concentration dollars in particular are going. I want to also commend you on the progress you've made this year. And we did hear the presentation in the Fiscal Transparency and Accountability Committee about the integration. So I really appreciate that technology work that's been done as well. I did want to just on the slide, the crosswalk of stakeholder priorities. Mandatory professional learning is, I think, the only one that is across the board in terms of the trauma-informed practices, restorative practices, et cetera. And I wanted to mention, going back to the Be Brave BU conference, that I think Superintendent Aguilar would agree with me that the most unanimous agreement among the group of students, or about 30 or 40 students there, when they were talking about their needs, was mandatory training for staff on bias and gender issues, and actually implementing the transgender policies that we have, making sure those are real. So I just wanted to kind of call that out as well. You could kind of add another column. It wasn't a scientific study, but it was very clear that was a need in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Garcia?
Yeah, so thank you, Kathy, for all this hard work. I know that it takes a lot hours, a lot of and then to the LCAP team. This is tremendous improvement, and as it should be, right? It's continuous improvement. It's the fundamental principle of local control. So we're seeing that. This is year 3 of the LCAP. So next year we'll see maybe a new template. Maybe it'll be easier. It won't be 172 pages long or something. But I do appreciate the crosswalk because it really does show something that I've been concerned as well about, having so many other opportunities with some of the other advisory committees that are here at Cerna Center that are with community members and parents, and how talking to each other, right, with each other, and informing the LCAP process if they don't have a seat at the table. It's just really important. So I appreciate the crosswalk. I appreciate that you were very intentional about not prioritizing, because these are all the priorities. So to the extent that we can be sensitive to the budget process, figuring out what which priorities can be implemented first and whatnot. But just the level of consistency across all the advisory committees, and it really should be our springboard, right, in moving forward. But I would like to see, as Board Member Morawski mentioned, just a one sheet of all the numbers and what programs get funded, because it is $76 million. That's a lot of money. So just making sure we understand where those dollars are going, and how much is going to the school site. And I don't know if we get to hear back from the school sites. I don't know if it's through the SIPSA process, how they're using those dollars at the school site level. I don't know if we ever get to that information, but I think it's important. And also the evaluation piece. How do we know what strategies are working? Do we know if maybe some strategies are not working in year 2 or 3? How long do we give these strategies time to understand if they're going to be effective, and when do we pivot or switch gears to a different strategy? I don't know. If I didn't see any in the LCAP, that very specific evaluation, but maybe I missed it. I was reading it really late at night, but.
And I know, Mr. Harris, that you've been working on the continuous improvement, the accountability piece of these various interventions. Do you want to speak a bit to that?
Well, the reality of it is, much like the LCAP PAC shared, our goal is to build it more so that we can evaluate. So ultimately, I'd say next school year we'll be in a much better position with the integration of the school site planning process and the LCAP development and budget, and that we've built tools now that allow us to build a better monitoring plan. So you will be able to see kind of a roll-up of site planning into the LCAP itself. We don't have that infrastructure right in place at this moment. That's why you're not seeing kind of the outcomes evaluated, but that's our whole goal for next school year, is actually enter the space, one, through the return on investment, through the technology-led project with the Escape, because that will be the concrete numbers. But equally important is being very concrete about what our school sites are measuring. And actually, this is a great opportunity of seeing how state policy, by requiring the needs assessment of school plans to be through the dashboard, and then being able to directly tie those to our performance and target action index, we already have now infrastructure that will allow us to enter conversations about enter conversations about return on investment from a programmatic perspective on behalf of students much more easily than in the past, because the regulatory environment has gotten tighter.
Excellent.
So do we not know now what's working?
Well, I would put it in this construct. There are things that are working, but the plan was not necessarily built to be measured. So I wouldn't say that things aren't working, and that there's ways that we evaluate things today, because of course we do see movement. But to your question of can we take the LCAP as a design and measure the LCAP, that's what we're improving more effectively. Okay. So there are practices that many of our sites have done for years. But to your question, we haven't necessarily aligned that practice and said, okay, we're going to measure that practice this way. But exactly to your question, we know that certainly for our higher performing schools, there are things that they're doing, whether it be for attendance, whether it be for moving students to grade level readiness. Now, the reality of it is that we know our numbers are not where any of us in the community or board want, so we know there's an opportunity perhaps to learn better what people are doing, and our ability to say, build your plan with this measurement in mind allows us to have those questions answered much more effectively than necessarily looking after people have done things. Because of course you're not always able to know exactly what was the thing that moved the results when you don't build for an outcome at the beginning in the plan.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Board Member Halbo.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Member Minnick said about searching out true, authentic student voice for this process. I think that it was really incredible to get to work through Student Advisory Council with Kathy directly about the LCAP, and I would just encourage that process take place in all future endeavors within the LCAP and in that process, because I think that this is a great first step towards truly getting student involvement that doesn't just feel, once again, like checking a box, just like he said. And also, I think that even though there are only 4 check marks here as to where SAC finds priorities, I would say that doesn't necessarily mean that those other things aren't also priorities of the student. It just means that those maybe aren't the first things that comes to the student's mind when they're thinking of what to prioritize. So it doesn't mean that they aren't important or that the students don't also agree with those. It just means that they aren't necessarily the thing that either affects them the most or they see affecting themselves the most, because a lot of these things are things that they don't necessarily understand or get to truly visualize how they impact them on a daily basis inside the classroom and out. So thank you.
And Board Member Bang has another question.
Yeah, I just had one more question. I know in agenda item 8.3, we're going to talk about SELPA, and I was looking at the crosswalk for stakeholder priorities, and I noticed that CAC wasn't included in that, and I'm wondering if there was conversation with CAC, and if moving forward, this is something we also want to be able to do the crossover with.
Yes, so I did come into the May CAC meeting to discuss LCAP. It is required to consult with the SELPA, and that's a new addition to Education Code this year. So next year, you'll see a more robust process.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you for asking that, Board Member Vang. That was exactly what I was going to ask. I so appreciate seeing the crosswalk of stakeholders, and I think that, for many years, I heard that one of the frustrations of our LCAP Parent Advisory Committee members was that they were putting in an inordinate amount of time and energy and not necessarily seeing the results that would merit them wanting to be reappointed. And so I'm appreciative of the fact that Liz Guillen, who has been a longtime watchdog through public advocates, has consistently said that Sac City is among the best in the state with our LCAP work, and yet we still have much improvement to make. And we have seen year to year consistent improvement with some of the recent modifications, including authentic, meaningful student engagement in this process, which I think is a model for other LCAP PACs in the state. I do want to say I would love it if you can ensure, as you undergo the redesign, that you're keeping the board informed of what that redesign will entail. We're obviously in constant contact with our LCAP Parent Advisory Committee appointees, and we want to ensure we're able to communicate to them those changes as we ask them to continue to serve. And I'm so grateful to see with the staggered terms that we have content expertise like from individuals like Renee that will be able to train the next group of LCAP Parent Advisory Committee members so that they feel fully informed and ready to embrace this work. And finally, I just want to say, one of, to me, the most astonishing findings of the FCMAT report was the lack of alignment between our LCAP and our budget. And so to see an alignment that is intentional and defensible is not only critical at this moment in time with limited resources, but I believe how the district should be operating for years and decades to come. And I'm so grateful to the work of the staff and the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee members that made that happen. So thank you for your hard work, and we look forward to hearing more about the redesign. And moving on to item 8.2, which is the proposed fiscal year 2019-2020 budget for all funds. This proposed budget will be presented by Jackie Canfield and Amari Watkins this evening.
And Gloria Chung.
As well as Gloria.
All right, I want to be mindful. Good evening, President Ryan, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar. I want to be mindful of the time. I know that there's 10 minutes that has been allocated to the presentation, and I probably could talk 4 hours, so and get us to midnight where we were before. So I'm going to take my lead from you, President Ryan, if you don't mind, to let me know if I should speed up or slow down. Because I can't see the audience.
No, that's fine. And I think what we're going to do, because it's worked well in the past budget presentations, is we're going to ask questions throughout the slides. If I can ask our board members to keep them concise so that we can make sure to ensure that everyone can speak, and just make sure that you also press the button so that we know that you have a question or comment for Ms. Canfield appropriately directed to the slide.
Okay. All right, go ahead. So tonight, what we're going to do, last time I was before you, it was midnight, and we were talking about the third interim. And while we did do some budget workshops that people were able to see some of that same information, I thought it was a good thing to go back through again, because since Sacramento Unified is in a unique situation, to have a review of what's been happening this whole year, I thought would be helpful. Then we're going to go into the difference between the third interim and now for the current year. We'll talk about the proposed budget, the multi-year projections, and have a little bit of a summary, and from that, we'll go ahead and move forward. So again, about the first 4 slides are going to be information that has been seen before for the members of the public in particular that have recently become more involved in the budget. I wanted to make sure that they had a good history and understanding of what Sacramento Unified has been through as they're facing their financial troubles. So you can see here, this slide shows that the board has been working on the structural deficit of the district since the beginning of the year, and that they took $21.1 million in actions before the first interim. They are listed here. I can go through each one, but I think in the essence of time, I'm going to let that just stand as is. It shows $21.1 million worth of items that took place before the first interim. Next, at the February and March board meetings, the board took actions based upon the results of one-stop staffing and the RIF notices for the Child Development Fund and management positions. Those totaled $7.8 million. So between the actions before first interim and the February and March board meetings, there was $28.9 million in board-approved actions to help with the structural deficit.
And I'm just going to stop you right there for 1 second, Ms. Canfield. I think it's been suggested that there was a significant amount of money that was found almost overnight. And I want to just once again say, from the first interim actions to the first interim February, March meeting, we're talking about a total of $28.9 million that had been found through savings, cuts, and efficiencies, some of them very difficult, including layoffs.
Correct. Then on May 16th, we did the third interim projection. From there, that was the work that we had done where we had scoped through with the best information that we had at the time, looking both at revenues and expenses to see what could we do to help improve the financial situation of the district. So we recognized that there was a little bit of a decrease in the ADA for the current year, and we also brought local revenue up by $1.9 million. Many of those are ongoing type items. For example, the interest in future years hadn't even been put in, to the multi-year. And so from that, we have a $1.9 million, pretty much of that all ongoing. We also looked at capturing expenses where possible. So we had looked at the salaries and benefits, and we captured around $850,000. We also looked at supplies, services, and capital outlay, and projected a savings of about 1.7. We categorized those as one-time savings because we weren't sure if they necessarily would be ongoing or not in future years. We also reported out how we had looked at restricted funds, and there were some Title II funds that were available, so we looked for appropriate expenditures that could be moved over, and there were teacher trainers that were appropriate for Title II, so they were moved in the current year, and they have been put into the proposed budget to continue into Title II. Next, we looked at the areas where there was contributions and transfers out that the unrestricted budget was supporting. The one big one was in the special education budget. This had been increased in the fall, and now that we had the advantage of time, we were able to see what had actually been experienced for the 18-19 year, and from that, we were able to do projections for the future years and made adjustments not only in the current year, but future years in the special education contribution. I want to be clear, we were not cutting any program. We were just bringing the expenses, the contribution level down to what was going to need to be supporting the program.
Ms. Canfield, can you speak a bit to the difference between the original estimate and then the revision down to what was necessary to support the program?
Sure. You know, it's funny because I have a whole bunch of numbers, and I would need to probably go back to my third interim to give you exactly it, but I do know that originally it was like increasing at about 10 million every year, and we were bringing it down more to around 7 million. So again, the program costs are still increasing, just not increasing at the same rate that it was before.
Thank you.
We also did look at the charter schools, and there had been some programs so schools where the contribution was needed, and we were able to decrease it, but it also brought up, you know, some questions about looking at charter schools, and I'll be speaking a little bit more about that later in the presentation. And lastly, the Child Development Fund, or Children Development Fund, they had contained costs in the current year, and so we were able to show that there was a savings, or a little bit more of a savings than the planned contribution, and so we recognized that in the third interim. And then lastly, we wanted to make note that there was no savings or no increase in the current year for the teacher salary restructure. If you'll recall, the arbitration agreement had happened just before third interim, and so we wanted to recognize that in the current year that there was not projecting any increased costs in the current year.
Thank you. We have a question from Member Marowski.
Sorry, just going back to the salaries and benefits, can you talk about that one-time savings?
So the reason why we categorized it as one time is because at the time when we were doing the analysis, I couldn't necessarily say was that something that we would be experiencing in future years, but we were looking at the current vacancies and the current commitment of dollars, and we were able to see that there were some savings that we could show the board now, which would increase the ending balance in the current year. And we did say at the time that we would be looking at, you know, the 19-20 budget to see if there is something that we could do that would be an ongoing change, but we didn't know that at the time. So we said, you know, I want to be conservative to make sure that when I'm telling you something that the number will be at least that good, if not better. And so at the time we were only recognizing the 850,000.
Thank you, Ms. Canfield.
Okay, now we're moving on to new information. So when we came forward with the third interim, it was my hope that we were going to be done with the 19-20 budget so that I wouldn't be standing up here having to explain the difference between how did we go from 34 million and needing to make some adjustments to 26 million. But I stand before you now to talk about that piece. And so we'll first start off. Again, we continue to keep scrubbing the budget, to look at it, to get our understanding of if there is anything that we could do to help the situation. And I noticed that there was an area they call billable budget. And so there was no revenue or expense budget, but I could see that when I was doing my projections, I was including in these costs of custodials and utilities, and that's what I found out they were. And it's support that the charter schools pay for, because we're giving them the custodians and they're using the buildings and having the utilities and they're paying us back for that cost. So the estimated actuals includes 1.5 million in revenue that would be recognized from invoicing the charter schools. And I will say that the 1920 budget will include a billable budget that equals the revenue and expense equals for services that people are going to be reimbursing the district for. We'll have a revenue expense budget as we move forward. And in addition,
Board Member Vang, followed by Board Member Morowski.
This question is actually directed to Ms. Canfield, but also to the superintendent. Ms. Canfield, I really appreciate you going over the difference between the third interim and the difference. It seems like there's constantly different budget analysis that is being made, right? You just mentioned that future interests were not included in the multi-year budget. And this question is directed to superintendent. And I know that Ms. Canfield is an expert in budget, and she's only here with us for a short amount of time. What processes have we put in place to ensure that the budget practices and the scrubbing of the budget that we're doing now is going to be implemented moving forward, given that Ms. Canfield is retired and she's only here with us for a little bit? If you can speak a little bit on that, Superintendent?
Sure, and it's an excellent question, Member Vang. I actually would turn it right back to Ms. Canfield because knowing her style and expectations, I can imagine that what she is doing in terms of putting practices in place aren't going to be the kinds of things that our staff are looking to continue to do in the future. And her involvement, of course, is going to inform us of the key qualities that we will be looking for as we continue the search of a new CBO.
Okay. Ms. Canfield?
So do you have any, Ms. Canfield?
I will also do my best to take some time to document, and I've been working, side by side with Gloria here. So, we definitely have been sharing information and making sure of getting some good practices in place. And I will write down, when they should be looking at things to make sure that, they review it. And for example, I'll say the special ed revenue, if we had had time, that should have been done before the third interim.
Yeah.
And
Because that is concerning to me as a board member, that some of these budget practices are not included in Sac City Unified. So I appreciate the hard work that you've done in scrubbing the budget. I just want to make sure that we're cataloging all of this and that moving forward we're implementing these budget practices.
Mm-hmm. We did create a little spreadsheet for the special ed pace too, so.
You, Ms. Canfield.
Again, the second one there on the special ed revenue, the state has a formula for the AB 602, and it's a moving target sometimes on how much they're funding. And so, but based upon the last report, which was certified in February, the district will receive 1.2 million based upon their final P2 ADA in April. And when the June certification comes out, which will be anytime soon, we'll look at that to see if they're going to be funding it even to a greater level.
Thank you, Ms. Canfield. We had another question from Member Morowski on this item.
So I wanted to, so we're talking about recognizing additional revenue that is coming in. And so stakeholders have talked to me about the district past practices of under recognizing revenue and over projecting expenditures. So I just want to identify again that this is a practice that has been recognized and is going to change moving forward. Is that Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
The 1920 budget is including income that we believe the district will receive.
On an ongoing basis?
Right.
Okay, and that's, I think this point is really important because, people say past practice is the best way to predict future performance or whatever. If we're changing our budgeting practices to be, to hew more closely to reality, to what we think will happen, that means that we can't look back into the past to look at trends and say, oh, we always got more revenue, so let's not worry about it. Or we always saw this, this change, and so we're going to be okay. So I just think that's an important point to understand that a lot of the things that we are doing this year are sort of budgetary reforms that are really tailoring our revenues and expenditures projections closer to what we actually think they will be. And so we're not going to be able to look back again and say, oh, we always get more revenue than we had projected. So going forward, we're going to recognize them up front.
That's a critical point, Member Morowski, and I appreciate you also mentioning that this is ongoing revenue and not one-time funds, because I think also a previous practice that's been pointed out by FICMAT and SCOE is an over-reliance on one-time funds in measuring where we believe we will be, and that has put us in a whole world of difficulty.
I should say how I found this too was I was looking at, each time the state reports had come to the board, and I saw after the second interim at unaudited actuals that the revenue went up quite a bit. So that's why I was trying to digging in to try to figure out what were the reliable revenues that the district could budget for. I don't want them to budget for something that's iffy.
That's right. Thank you. Member Garcia, do you have a question on this item?
No, I just wanted to make a comment. I just wanted to echo the sentiments of my colleagues in terms of, having confidence that we're definitely changing sort of the direction what we're going in terms of how we're budgeting and identifying revenue and expenditures, I think more clearly, that make more sense, more transparently. But it's something that needs to continue to happen, right? We can't keep doing what we were doing. I mean, if the community sort of knows what how things historically happen, where you overshot on your expenditures and maybe undershot on your revenues, and then you make the adjustments at the end. I mean, that's just not a good practice. I mean, even the community kind of followed that pattern, understanding that that's what was being done. So just want to make sure that moving forward, that doesn't continue to happen. But at the same time, just, being here for maybe 6 months now, I just feel that every time we get a budget update, there's a new way of identifying ongoing savings. And I just, have you looked everywhere now? Or I just feel like you keep finding new dollars, right? And I want you to keep finding them, right? Because it just means we are able to find internal savings. But I just don't know. I guess I'm asking you, can I have the confidence that everything has been found thus far?
So I can't promise you that every dollar's been found, but I can tell you we're in the ballpark. I do know that there's still some restricted funds that we need to program, in Title IV and Title III, and then Title I carryover that we're going to have some opportunities. But to say that I found everything, I can't say that. I can also make mistakes too. So I just want to make sure people know that, I'm not God, and I can make mistakes, So I'm doing the best with what I know, and I am trying to learn about the budget. But you have, just in the general fund alone, there's like 30,000 different budget lines. and I don't even know how many budget managers. So, it just shows you it is a complex budget. And everyone has their way of dealing with their budget. Some people save and hoard their money because then they can go and buy something near the end. Other ones spend it, like they should, for the students now, and then there's in between, so, I can tell you that the information that I'm telling you today is the best information that I have right now. I can also tell you that if I go searching some more, might have found something a little bit more. I will tell you, I went and did a review again of all of the budget lines and projections for this after the third interim, and why there's numbers that will change here and there. In the end, it was bottom line working out to about the same minus what I'm telling you here, and I thought it's easier just to stick with large ticket items to explain it to you than go and say, oh, well, maybe the teacher line should have been up a little bit more, so I stuck with big ticket items. I hope that makes you feel more comfortable.
Well, a little bit more. We're making progress. Thank you.
Ms. Canfield, will you remind us, how long have you been with us?
Since the beginning of April, end of March, somewhere around there.
Okay, so the money that you have found and the work that you've been doing to turn over every stone has been in that fairly short period of time.
Yes.
Utilizing best practices and your 40 years of expertise. I do want to say, can you speak a little bit, since this came up, to the processes that are being in place or put in place departmentally to ensure that there isn't the hoarding of the money and the practices of being less transparent with how each department is issuing their expenditures?
I'm not quite sure how to address that one because I'm not sure that I'm necessarily an expert on that yet. I'm just saying that when I was looking at, some monies that were in certain areas, they should have been spent already, so I don't know.
Do you want to speak
I don't
to
know
the
how to
cross-department?
answer that more than that.
The cross-department and the purchasing?
Yeah, perhaps one example that maybe Ms. Chung can give is just the cross-departmental work that's taking place between the business office and other departments as well, just as a check and balance among you all, maybe position control, or even just the LCAP work as well, Ms. Chung.
We do, budget and HR do meet monthly, or looking to move it to semi-monthly on the position control to make sure position control is accurate and we're both on the same page. And also, on occasion, we'll meet with different department heads to go over their budgets and see, these are where my needs are, where my planning is, and are we in alignment? Do we need to shift something around?
And the requirements for purchasing that you have put in place?
We do have purchasing deadlines, so the memo goes out every year. So everyone's aware as to when we can spend so that they have the planning in mind, and we do want them to spend the money on their kids.
And a
this year.
threshold, so that anything above a certain threshold has to be going through a committee.
Yes, so 5,000.
So
is the
any
threshold.
expenditure greater than 5,000, this was not done before, is required to come in front of a purchasing committee.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Canfield. Ms. Vang? Board Member Vang?
I think the only thing I was going to add is that I think at Sac City Unified School District, it sounds like we have a monitoring problem. And I really, whether this is superintendent or the new CBO that we hire, that we have a plan in terms of department and school site, making sure we're really monitoring every dollar from department level to the school site. Because what I'm hearing from Ms. Canfield, sometimes funding is not utilized, right? There's carryover, whatnot. And I hear all the time when I visit my school sites that we don't have the funding needed to support some of the things that we want to do. And it sounds like we have a monitoring problem and we have to be able to fix that. And so I'm hoping the superintendent and, as we search for our new CBO, that this is a plan they're going to be able to bring forth and that we can address that. Because I think a huge issue is that we need to be able to monitor every dollar from department to school sites. And it sounds like Sac City needs some work around that. So.
Board Member Morowski?
I have a comment, a request to all of us, and that is to be careful about the way we speak about finding money. I don't think there's any money that we've found. I think there is revenue that we've recognized and built into the budget. I think there are expenditures that we are aligning more closely to what we think will actually, projections that are aligning more closely to what we think will actually be spent. Okay, there's no pot of gold in a room somewhere at Cerna Center. Okay, so I just want us all to be mindful because words matter. We're not, there's not just found money, right? We are finding savings by taking actions, and we are recognizing revenues, and we are doing these things. But I just want us to be mindful of how we talk about this accurately to our community. Thanks.
Thank you. Please, Ms. Canfield, continue on. I'm sorry, we kept you quite a bit on that last slide.
It's all right. All right, so continuing on with explaining the 34 to the 26, on the expenditure side, again, we had hoped to have been done with the 1920 budget before we came to you, but since we hadn't vetted all the numbers and verified things, we went with just adjusting things from the second interim. But what we did do when we finally got to the proposed budget is we did look at historically what is the vacancy rate or fill rate. I don't know how people like to talk about it, but for example, I'm going to use the bus drivers as an example because it's an easy one to relate to. There's around 120 bus driver authorized positions. Right now, I believe there is 95 filled. And so, but yet if you budget for 120 people, you're not only budgeting for the salaries and benefits for them, you're also doing the health package. And it really showed up real evident when we were looking at it that the transportation budget line was going up almost, $250,000, because over what they're spending this year because they were bringing it all the way up to, filling for the 120 positions. So utilizing, historical trends, we did bring down the regular salaries and the benefits and health packages based upon historical trends for not only the bus drivers, but other areas too. But in addition, we also looked at the substitute costs and the overtime, and those had traditionally not necessarily been planned for as well. So there was additions that were added for the substitutes and overtime in some cases. But overall, there was a savings, and that's mainly that 2.2 that we're showing up there. And then that's, I want to be clear, I'm not recommending that you don't hire 120 bus drivers. I'm looking over at Kathy, make sure she knows. If you need 120 bus drivers, you still keep on trying to find those 120 bus drivers. But if you do find them, you'll need to augment your budget for it. So this is an example of something that you're going to need to watch. When you used historical trends to reduce your budget, if you are more successful in hiring staff than you have been in the past, you will need to augment your budget. Any questions on that? That's a big concept that I wanted to make sure everyone understood.
No, and I would just say on transportation, I think you know that there's a proposal that's going to be voted on council by next week that would provide an additional $1 million to cover RT and bus passes free of charge for all students throughout the district. I know that that was a DLAC priority. That could have significant impact on some of the challenges our students have with ensuring that they can get to school each day. And certainly we're excited about the potential of that budget expenditure with Measure U dollars. Member Morowski?
Quickly on this, I just wanted to reiterate that this is another example of aligning the expenditures more closely with what we've seen, with what we think we'll experience. And I assume that we're going to talk a little bit about reserves later on a later slide. But if we are using new practices going forward, that we may have to augment the budget based on what we're experiencing, a little higher expenditures than we had historically seen, as you say, we will need a reserve to be able to do that, correct? I mean, because we're not going to just say at the end of the year, oh, look, we budgeted for this and we spent this, so, you know, we're good. So if we budget for this, we're going to need something, some cushion to be able
Right,
to fill that gap.
and what I will say is that, again, each time you're going to the board with projections, that's when you would look at to see how are we doing compared to what we had planned? Do we need to ask the board, you know, to show that we're going to have more expenses, or are we going to have some more savings? So every time it comes forward to you, you should see some kind of adjustment.
Thank you.
In addition, on the non-personnel lines, we saw an overall lower cost of $4 million. And one larger thing that was in there was, I had mentioned in the third interim how we were going to move $1 million in expense for the ELA textbooks that needed to be paid for the second year to restricted lottery, but it was missed to take out that $1 million in the unrestricted side, so that was one of that $3 million there. There were also some reductions that the departments had made, and in the services lines, again, like some of the large ticket items that we could see is that the sports program had bought some, you know, equipment for like the elementary one, was one time, so they weren't needing that expense there, so we weren't seeing anything in the services line there, and student services was another one, and printing contracts were also lowered. So we were seeing, you know, departments mainly, you know, making some adjustments, you know, in their budgets. The last two items worked the other way against the bottom line. The higher cost for the indirect is, you know, we're not budgeting the carryover right now, so that ends up reducing how much indirect that offsets the expenses, and that's by $1 million there. So when you do see the carryover come back in, after the books are closed, you will see an increase in indirect. But again, it's something you need to watch, because if you don't spend all of your carryover, you're not necessarily going to be helping your bottom line just because you increased your indirect at budget time. And then we had mentioned at the third interim how we were augmenting the restricted routine maintenance to $3.5 million instead of, you know, the higher amount. But when we actually went to prepare the budget, there's standards and criteria requires you to do your budgeted level, even though at year end you only need to spend 3% of what you actually spend as a general fund. So this is an area that you're going to need to watch. And obviously, as your budget gets smaller, you also would need to reduce restricted routine maintenance if your goal is to have it be 3% of your general fund. Obviously, if the board wants to spend more, that is not necessarily an issue. What we would recommend is, if you're trying to keep it to the 3% of actual expenditures, that we would watch the budget to reserve some of those funds that maybe will not need to be spent. So now we're going to move into 1920 itself, and I just wanted, this is the same slide that was shown back in early May, where we were talking about when you build a budget, you need to know how many students you're going to have and the ADA that is generated. And again, I talked about the difference between the two numbers. You need to staff for enrollment, and you need to plan that you're going to get revenue based upon the ADA. You need to find ways to try to increase your ADA, and obviously you need to, would love to find ways to get more students to come to Sacramento Unified, and so maybe some of the student initiatives that we're going to be talking about later will be one way, again, to make it be a district of choice where people want to come here because of the things that you offer. Oh, and I should say before we just skip over this slide, so for the current year, we're projecting that the enrollment is going to come down 425, and you can see there's a slight decline, you know, each year as it stands here. So then those dollars turned into the LCFF revenue, one of your major source that I'm going to talk about this evening. And for 1920, it's estimated to be $411.7 million. Of that, I wanted to focus on what is the actual new revenue that you're getting based upon those estimates, in base 9.6 million and supplemental 3.4. And I thought that was important to reiterate again. It's the same information as the third interim, but it's important as we move forward to see the student initiatives. You'll understand why are you seeing these new programs. It's because we have some new dollars that we need to spend. This here is a little bit of what I would call a government type thing that the district is required to do. I'm not sure how Sacramento Unified has done it in the past, so I'm going based upon my history of when I was at Fresno Unified. We actually had the public hearing for the Educational Protection Act with the proposed budget. You're required to have a public hearing. You're required to show how you're utilizing these funds, and it goes back to when the state was in a recession and they wanted to give schools more money, but they wanted to make sure that it was used for, instructional purposes, and they wanted to make sure that every district, was doing the right thing. And so you can see the requirements there. You need to have a public hearing. You can't use it for any admin costs. You need to have it published on your website, and it gets included in your financial audit. You need to show the actual dollar amount down to the dollars. So you see the $58,437,867. And then we are using that all for, proposing to use it for all teacher salaries and benefits. And you can see you need to do this through 2030. So, get used to it.
Ms. Canfield, I think we have a question from Member Morowski.
Yes.
Sorry, I did want to go back for 1 second to the enrollment trend
All
slide.
right.
So, given one of the discrepancies, mistakes in the second interim was related to enrollment and not recognizing all of the revenues because of leaving out some numbers. So I just, I think we have a little ways to go in establishing trust that these numbers and these revenues are accurate. So how do we know that we're using the right numbers now?
So we used the numbers from the Decision Insight company, and we added on those alternative school programs that had been missed before. And how you can know what that is more in line is anyone who likes to go to the standards and criteria, which is required for all school districts to fill out for their proposed budget in the first and second interim. There is a section that talks about enrollment, and there's a section that talks about ADA. And it shows past years' information, and it shows projections for the future years. And there's a standard of, if you fall out of that standard, that you have to say, why are you increasing more greater than what that standard is, or why are you decreasing more? And you can see, if you look at Sacramento Unified's, that we're in the proper range right now. So that should give you more confidence that the information that is being shown is appropriate.
So this new software, Decision Insight, will in fact flag for us discrepancies should we fall out of this line in years to come?
No,
Okay.
the Decision Insight company did their independent enrollment, analysis, and it's called cohort survival method. They use past histories to figure out, how many first graders moved to second grade, and then third grade and fourth grade. And then the hardest thing to predict is actually the TK in kindergarten, because you have to do it based upon birth rates. But if you don't have people staying in the same community, it makes it hard to actually figure that piece out. So that's actually the hardest part of enrollment projections, is the lower grades. No, so I'm sorry if I confused the matter. So I was trying to say that we took the numbers from Decision Insight, and that is what you're seeing in here, with the addition of the alternative schools added on for the total enrollment, because they only focused on the regular type schools. What I'm saying, though, the standards and criteria software from CDE does show if you fall out of the range of what they would expect to see in growth or in decline, and requires you to describe what's happening if you don't meet those standards. A lot of things in the standards and criteria that way. And so they've done it on purpose so
Okay.
that it will flag board members and the public on if there's a possible issue.
So moving forward, we'll have the confidence of this, but we did not previously.
Right, so if you had looked at the second interim, then you would, if we go back and look at it, you would see that it said not met, and there was an explanation.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that explanation.
I have to say that 400 students still seems like a lot to lose in 1 year. I mean, I will be very curious to see how those, because it's a new projection method,
right?
How those line up with what we actually see next year. And obviously, there's other things going on that may inform enrollment. I hope not, but just to say that that's a significant decrease,
Right.
based on the prior.
Again, this is one thing that we spend a lot of time with in Fresno Unified. It's very important to make sure that your schools are staffed right. We made it a goal to look at enrollment, and we had years of information every enrollment day, and we would look at it to see if how it was trending, and if we needed to make adjustments. We tried to do it before school started to minimize the impact for students and also for teachers. So it takes a lot of work. And it's kind of bumpy to start off with, but in the end, you get to feel a little bit more confident in that the numbers that you're getting are good numbers. And there's still hiccups, there's still kids who choose to go somewhere else that you didn't have planned, but it is good to keep an eye on the ball for each individual school and see how they're doing.
Thank you. Member Garcia.
So just following up on your comments, my question was related to that, so you kind of answered it already. Just in terms of how we do things here in Sac City in monitoring the enrollment, maybe throughout the year, to understand how to quickly make adjustments, and also wondering if we know how do we collect, or how do other districts collect information as to why they lose students? Do we have something in place to inform us why we're losing so many students?
Actually, you're not losing a lot of students compared to your size. I'm not trying to minimize the 400 loss when I say that. But if you look at it from a percentage standpoint, it's not drastic that way. It is always hard to try to figure out what is happening with the students, and I'm assuming your student services department, I don't know if that's what you call it, does do some follow up on the students who don't show up, and try to figure out what's happening there. But it is always a really hard thing to try to figure out what's happening with students, especially if they don't ask for their transcripts.
Maybe Superintendent Gordon, when we hear from you, if you can speak to the ability to, through inter-district transfers, measure with surrounding school districts where some Sac City students might end up. And I don't know that you have the answer to that, but it would be very interesting looking at the regional data to have an analysis of that. Ms. Canfield?
Okay. I would say that if they went to somewhere else, they should request the transcripts, and so you should be able to have that information.
Great, thank you.
All right. All right, this is something that I talked about at the first meeting in May, and right after the session was over, I realized that I probably didn't emphasize it as much as I should, because I had a member of the audience ask me about supplemental and concentration, and why didn't we save teacher positions and use the supplemental and concentration for the teachers? And I said, well, they did. They actually saved, 90 teachers, during One Stop. They did not notice all the teachers that they could notice. They kept about 90 teachers over the staffing parameters. And so That's why I'm bringing it forward today, because I realized that I didn't do a good enough job explaining it to the board and the public when I mentioned that back in early May. What we have done since then, though, is we actually looked at the opportunity to move some of the teachers to be funded in Title I. So that's where you see the 21 teachers there. And so staff is going to work with ensuring that the teachers are in line and making sure that the students who really need the help in math and ELA, get the benefit of those teachers. So again, this reduced the number of teachers that were laid off. Back in March, there were some management positions and others, but I'm focusing on management that were reduction in force. And if you'll recall, the County Office of Education, Sacramento County Office of Education, asked us to fill out program impact sheets. They wanted us to make sure that we were realizing, what we were doing, and why we went through the process, what like some of them were approved. I mean, they would sign it and say, okay, I hope you know what you're doing, kind of a thing, and if you look at it, and I'm going to just take it a little bit out of order, I looked at the coordinator positions, the GATE coordinator, the science coordinator, the SEL director, the VAPA coordinator. All of those report to one person. So the program impact sheets were saying, okay, the assistant superintendent of curriculum will take care of it. So how can one person do all of those jobs and when they're critical type, positions? And so staff then went back and said, you know what, we kind of jumped the gun on this one, and these positions that when we're looking at the program impact sheets here, really we do need to think about it and why all of them did not come back. This is proposing that 9 positions do be maintained in the 1920 budget. The first one there, the charter school director, this one didn't even go through the program impact sheet. Well, actually, it might have been attempted, but I said, well, why are we doing this? The school district gets oversight fees, and there's 17 charter schools. You need a person to coordinate this. And so that's the reason why this one is back on, because you really do need someone to coordinate all of the oversight of your charter schools. So we're recommending that one stay. The GATE coordinator, you heard the community talk about this one, and really this person is needed to help identify students who are GATE and to oversee the whole program and respond to families. GATE parents can be a little challenging. I can say that because I have one GATE kid too, but I wasn't challenging. Anyway, I should say before I go through more of this, you'll notice too that there's different funding sources here. So the fee base is for the charter school position. I was saying it's supported by fees that are coming in. The base funding is just unrestricted. The subcon is supplemental and concentration, and restricted are different kinds of grants that we looked at. So what we were trying to do is we were trying to minimize the impact and where we could use restricted funds for the position and still allow them to get the job done that needs to be done. That's what we're proposing here. So the induction coordinator was a position that really, is needed. You have new teachers, they need to be involved in this program for the first 2 years. Sacramento Unified offers it free to the new teachers, and you want a good quality program because why? You want good teachers. You want them to know what they're doing to ensure that the students are getting everything to be prepared for success. So why wouldn't you want to be in charge of that? So that one is why that one is here.
Ms. Canfield, I think we have a comment from Superintendent Aguilar and then Board Member Vang.
Thank you, President Ryan. There's a couple of things. One is on the GATE coordinator position. It's also important to note that we are still under an investigation by the Office of Civil Rights related to the disproportionate number of African American EL Hispanic students in the GATE program. That is the percentage of students that are enrolled in our district that are African American, Hispanic, EL is not represented equally in the GATE program. So we also realized that on top of the information and notices and emails that we were getting from community members about that particular position, it would have also been hard for us to comply with some of the resolution agreements that we had established with the Office of Civil Rights, and determined that we would need also to have somebody with expertise to make sure that we were complying with some of the resolution agreements. I think that all of these positions represent positions where I personally received a lot of emails. The induction position, I received emails from teachers advocating for that particular position. And I think Ms. Canfield described it very well in terms of the value and the importance of that position. But overall, I think that I would echo Member Morawski's commentary about the changes between second and third interim. When we identified some of these positions by statute before March 15th, we were in a different position in terms of our structural deficit as well. And so that was part of the assessment that we made in bringing this, this proposal to the board.
You know, and let me add one more thing too on this too. When we did do the third interim, why we did include these positions in part of the savings, I already had heard the hesitancy from the superintendent and others about some of these positions. And so why they were included in the projections, I made clear with Sacramento County Office of Education that I thought that we would probably find other monies that we would not need to use, you know, and that then the district could prioritize which positions they really wanted. And so the 1920 proposed budget would be the decision maker on what the district would decide to do on these individual positions.
I also want to just clarify too that what you can see is that based on that expertise from Ms. Canfield and others, I mean, all of these positions are funded in very creative ways. In some cases, they are also funded through grants, and that is not a practice that we want to continue, but we also identified grants that are multi-year, that are lasting 2-3 years, and that gives us an opportunity to continue to build a budget structure where we don't have to be as reliant. Certainly, I know that, and I do want to, depending on the decision that's made in 2 weeks, this is information that is necessary for us to consider, but obviously we value all of our staff members regardless of how we might fund them. And in this case, you know, we're valuing them by demonstrating that we had to get creative in some cases for how we maintain some of these positions, should the board agree.
Board Member Vang.
So Superintendent did, I think, answer a question that I was going to ask, but just a few, clarity and some questions. Let me just repeat what I heard. So basically, these positions were pink slipped back in March. And this proposal is to bring these positions particularly back. And that decision, and the reason why I see them on this list, what I'm hearing from you, Ms. Canfield, is because there was a program impact analysis. Is it possible that you could share that with the board? And also, I would like for that program impact analysis to be public online as well, so that parents and community members at large can see that, if that's possible. Actually, I'm going to direct the superintendent that I would like that on the website as soon as possible. The second comment I had was just echoing off from superintendent. I know that, you know, this board, you know, we have had conversation with the community that oftentimes we use one-time funding for key positions, and that we were going to move away from that. I was going to ask in particular to the science coordinator. I see that it would be funded part-time, restricted, grant funded, and wanted to know in particularly how long is that timeline? And for me, it's also very frustrating because a science coordinator should not be grant funded. This is something that's super critical for a student, and I'm very concerned about that. So I would actually like to know what the timeline is around this grant, and then what is really our next step ensuring that we secure this position. The last piece I wanted to also add, I think we heard from our DLAC and our parent advocates regarding the EL coordinator. I've noticed that that is not in this chart, which is very concerning to me. I know we're not going to vote on this today and it's public hearing, but I would like hopefully to see that we bring back that EL coordinator position. I want to have a better understanding why I don't see that on here. Maybe in the program impact analysis will tell me why. I haven't seen it, but I mean, conversations from the ground is that we need support for our EL students. So I would like to see that on here in terms of this, this sheet. So
I think Dr. Taylor can respond to that question about the EL coordinator.
Okay.
Yes, so I'll first respond to the question about the science coordinator. So I think just some clarification around that restricted category. By grants, we don't just mean private foundation grants, it's also our title funds that's there. So the science coordinator is partially, that 50% is partially Title I, but also like 15% out of a grant that we have that's a 5-year grant.
Okay.
Okay. And then with the coordinator, the EL coordinator, that actually, we had 2 coordinators and we reduced by 1. The other one was already in the budget. So that's why that one's not on the list. Okay. And maybe our budget team can explain that a little bit more.
Okay.
Ms. Canfield, did you want to explain that further? Or? Okay. So I do think we have a couple other questions. I do want to say, you know, given the focus in the district on equity, as well as the concern around disproportionality in the Office of Civil Rights complaint, this gate coordinator position coming back is key. I'm also very mindful of the impact analysis and hearing from families across the district saying that they would potentially go to another district if they didn't feel like their student had gate opportunities who had previously had it, and we're very concerned with seeing that potentially moved in-house at the school level. The teacher induction program, I mean, for me, you know, as we're trying to say we want to grow the types of teachers who will want to be here long-term, how we onboard them and provide support is critical in the front end. And so I'm glad to see that that has been suggested to be reinstated. And it was astonishing to me. I mean, each of these positions has tremendous value, but it was astonishing to me that social emotional learning, in particular, given we heard from our LCAP Parent Advisory Committee, we heard from our host of different parent advocates representing committees serving the district, that trauma-informed practices, that the ability to meet the social emotional needs of our students were key in this high poverty district where students have often experienced challenges, that we would eliminate a state and nationally recognized program and a social emotional learning director who has been lifted up for other districts across the state is pretty to me, surprising. And so to be able to find the supplemental and concentration dollars to restore that, I think is not only critical, but really speaks to the equity work that we're trying to lift up throughout the district. Member Garcia?
Yes, thank you. So just to clarify, the EL coordinator is not on this list. The position is not on this list?
There is one EL coordinator that the district still had. They had 2, so the district still has 1.
Okay. Okay. So it would be helpful just moving forward, like under the restricted column, to understand where what those dollars are, if they're federal dollars, Title I, II, or III. And then also more specifics on the grant, because it was one of the findings from one of the audits, I can't remember which one, that we over-rely on grant dollars and the duration of those grant dollars, right? Just really important. And then going back to the monitoring of when those grants expire, and not making the assumption that we'll get them. So also planning ahead to making sure how much of maybe that 15% we need to backfill from a different revenue source. But I just wanted to, to just express my appreciation and the thoughtfulness about prioritizing positions that can come back. I wish they all came back, but I know that's unrealistic. But also highlighting sort of the importance of a master scheduler and how it goes to the heart of equity, which is probably why you have it under supplemental and concentration. But the importance of having a master scheduler at the district level, just like a gate coordinator. It's ensuring that there's that systemic process and support to our school sites in terms of ensuring that classes are scheduled in a certain way that allows for students to have access to certain classes, not only in one year, but in subsequent years, so that they can be successful in accomplishing or meeting their goals, not only for graduation, but moving on to post-secondary opportunities. So it's something that I heard from principals that it was something that was extremely helpful, and that it's not one of those positions that has this very, catchy, title, but it's something that they very much rely on, especially ensuring that classes are available in the spirit of equity. So thank you.
You read my notes, man, on that one. Yes. Yeah, no, that's a position that I can tell you, again, at Fresno Unified, when we first brought that in, it makes a huge difference to utilize your existing teacher resources and using them as wisely as possible to ensure that all students are getting the opportunities that they need, and leveling the classes so that there's someone that's not getting more burden than another, and that the kids still do get their opportunities for those special classes too. So, yeah. You could do this job over here.
Member Morowski?
Thank you. I just wanted to, as you're walking through the rest of the positions, identify for the ones that you have under supplemental and concentration, how those are principally directed towards the students who generate those funds.
Well, the master scheduler, I think, kind of talks for itself, because if you, get use the resources wisely, then students who may not have gotten the opportunity are going to get the opportunity. Do you want me to go through each one, or, I mean?
Well, you were talking about each one, so I just think it's important if we're proposing to fund sort of central staff out of supplemental and concentration dollars, that we're thoughtful about that, and that that it hews to what those dollars are meant to be for in the spirit of LCFF.
Okay. So the Link Learning Coordinator is one of the ones that is in SubCon, and they coordinate the work of the Link Learning Pathways, and including the professional development for the CTE and for general teachers, so that they can focus on project-based learning and integrated curriculum. And again, that's one of the things that's exciting for most kids, is a project-based type learning. So I would say that is definitely where the coordination is, to ensure that we're getting kids excited about their schoolwork. We talked about the master scheduler pretty good, so I probably don't need to go into that one. The research data coordinator 2, I'm sorry, my notes, I thought I had everything here, and I don't have my notes. So Vincent, I'm hoping you're going to be able to help me here, because.
Sure, I'll
Thank
go
you.
ahead, Ms. Canfield. As we think about the positions, and really this dovetails into the conversation we had tonight about, the ongoing return on investment for our LCAP, for our school site planning process. This role actually plays a role in kind of, the targeted evaluation as it relates to math eligibility, as it relates to gate placement, but it also does assessment of programmatic things and things in our LCAP, things in our site planning process. And so ultimately this role actually serves a role of targeting LCFF students, and actually targeting critical initiatives within our district that, as the board has called out, we want to be able to say, were we successful or not? And so that's really what's key about this role. And that's why it's vital to have it. In a broader sense, we think about our benchmarking our assessment department versus other regional departments, we actually are lower staffed. And so in that regard, it actually is a benefit too as well in terms of giving us the analytical firepower so that we can next year, particularly as we talk about our LCAP, speak to return on investment, not just financially, but also in terms of outcomes for students.
Thank you. Let's see, the science coordinator, Roy, we talked about it a little bit. Really, the most important thing that we need to realize, and you're actually going to see it tonight, there's going to be adoption, of the science books. And so for the next 2 years, it's critical to have a science coordinator, and it's particularly at the elementary level, you want to make sure that your elementary teachers are comfortable with science. And so the coordinator is going to definitely help out in that area more than any other. And I also have a note here that a health component is being released too. So it's important to ensure that we are in tune with what new curriculum would be coming to pass. We did talk a little bit about the SEL director already, so I'm not sure that I need to spend time on that one. So the last one is the VAPA coordinator. So art and music is a very important component for lots of students. We've seen that. I told myself that I was going to go by John F. Kennedy's school to meet the teacher that organized all the kids to get here. I haven't done that yet. But obviously those kids feel strongly about the program, and we heard some really heart-wrenching stories from students about what saved them. And I mean, anyone who can't get choked up about that, I'm not sure what I want to talk to you, but anyway, it's important to have a VAPA coordinator, and yes, someone will say, well, you guys are limited here in Sacramento Unified. Well, you got to change that. You really need to think about what excites kids to come to school. And some it's sports, some it's art and music. And you need to make sure that you're looking out for all kids. And the VAPA coordinator would be the one who would spearhead that and make sure that you guys were speaking out whenever there's an opportunity to increase, what you would want to do to help, students have a better experience all the way down to the elementary level, even if it's those stupid little recorder things that the kids play or whatever. Hopefully I didn't, someone who loves recorders, I hope I didn't offend you. Anyway, I think that those talk to the different positions, and we will get those program impact sheets up there, Board Member Vang.
Thank you, Ms. Canfield. Okay, Member Morowski. Did you have another one? You didn't? Okay, you're still up. Sorry. Thank you. Please continue.
All right, so this is where I'm going to need your guidance. So I have lots of good notes that people have given me on this student support initiatives. I do want to make sure that everyone understands, these different initiatives, and you're going to see a common theme here. I mean, it really, these initiatives are giving students better opportunities, better experiences, finding different ways of engaging them at their school, making them excited to want to come to school. It's helping them to get on grade level. I mean, there are so many good things here on this page that I know we're going to be on it. I debated upon having multiple slides, and then I thought, I think it's good just for everyone to see, these in one nutshell. You can see that they're adding up to 2.58 in subcon. You can see that Title I is being asked to be programmed for $900,000. So the total of these new initiatives that we're proposing is 3.48. And then down there at the bottom, I also have athletics. It's not new monies that's being asked for. So let me just talk about that one first, since it's different than the other ones. It's redistributing existing funds in the athletic program. So there was some one-time expenses that were made in the elementary athletic program this year for equipment and uniforms and that such. And what this is proposing is to move that $300,000 up to the high school level, which then will give the high schools the opportunity to offer more sports, which will increase, again, opportunities for students and bring more equity, because there's some schools where there's lots of sports, and there's other ones where there's hardly any. So this will give more opportunities for students to find, and get engaged in badminton. I think that might have been one of them, and I can't remember. There was 7 different sports or 9 different sports, and I can't remember what they were right now. But let me see if I have them here.
While we go ahead and pull that up, I do want to say, one of the things that was so remarkable to me about the elementary athletics and those opportunities, as we talk about some of the opportunities that we're looking at, is that for so many of the students, what we're calling enrichment is actually a reason for them to come to school every day. And it gets to this bigger equity imperative that we've talked about in a district that has traditionally had limited opportunities for our neediest students. I think we have a couple questions, one from Board Member Vang, followed by Board Member Garcia, and you can go ahead and pull up the data on that.
I think I'm going to wait for Ms. Canfield to go through all of them first. So, yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't have the actual sports in front of me. What I have, though, is I have that there are up to 9 different stipends and 36 different athletic coach positions, and that this could actually increase the number of sports at some sports teams by 11 at some schools. So obviously, you can see there's some really good opportunities for kids. And I should say that the elementary and the music programs are elementary and middle school athletics are staying intact. They're not being decreased. They're staying at the same level. But this is offering an opportunity for all high schools to be able to do more for their students.
Go ahead.
President Ryan, I don't see Mr. Purcell here, so I'll try my best. But if Mr. Purcell can probably just be prepared to give more detail should the board ask for that.
Where is he?
He's back there, yeah.
Okay.
You can probably come up, Mr. Purcell. Oh, wonderful. And as he's walking, I'll just attempt to clarify this. The investment calls for the district to centralize resources that would be used for coaching stipends for sports programs that we are able to offer, but in many cases, schools do not offer themselves, either because there might be low interest among students, there isn't a pipeline of students interested in those sports, and candidly, because the way that we used to support our schools, our principals had a lot of needs. So a great example that I've used is girls golf is a stipend that we've negotiated with our labor partner, but we don't have girls golf in Burbank. And in South Sacramento, there probably isn't a lot of access to golfing opportunities. And so long as we have a principal who has someone identified who wants to start a girls golf program, then we would release that particular coaching stipend, and by virtue of doing that, expand the sports programs and bring greater equity by exposing students to some programs that are not as popular in some parts of our community as much as they are in others, as well as obviously give more students an opportunity to have exposure to those programs that they may not have in the past. And I think we have wonderful, wonderful adults who want to bring those opportunities to our students, and hopefully that will result in building a pipeline for those kinds of sports programs by working with students at an earlier age, so that by the time they get to the high school, then they're playing those sports.
Great.
Is that a good, fair, Mr. Purcell, you go ahead.
Well done, yes. Well, just kind of think of it as a way to bring clarity and equity to the funding of athletics, extracurricular activities, and academic stipends. In the past, schools would just get the same amount of money, all 6 comprehensive high schools. And then they would have to decide on the salary schedule, well, are we going to fund a newspaper editor, or are we going to fund a JV basketball coach? So by clarifying the the process and basing it on equity, principals will now have the opportunity to select 9 of these extracurricular activities and fund all the coaching positions on here. And it's really not much of an increase other than pulling out those extracurricular activities in another fund. But the coaching stipends itself is, relatively similar in years past at about $130,000 per school. We can fund those coaching positions on here at the high school level.
Wonderful.
And really using it as an equity model. If you don't have the team, there's not a stipend. As an example, West Campus doesn't have a varsity football team, but they would get the same amount of stipends as the other comprehensive high schools. And so what we want to do is honor the coaching positions on our extra pay for extra duty schedule. And by doing it centrally, this is a way to allocate those resources equitably.
Thank you, Mr. Purcell. We really appreciate all of the work you've put into this. Member Garcia?
So thank you for that clarification. That was very helpful. And then also that by pulling out some of the dollar amounts for like journalism or some of the other clubs, you're not going to compete.
Exactly.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that we're not pitting, very important programs for kids and opportunities. But I also wanted to get your perspective. There's a savings of $300,000 because the initial investments were maybe to start programs maybe at
In our elementary program.
elementary
yes, there was a
programs.
yes.
there were some initial costly investments because
Yes.
you're like getting them started, right? And so now the savings moving forward, $300,000 will be shifted to high schools.
Yes. That's a way to consider it.
Can you share what analysis was done in terms of determining that, I'm not saying that high schools don't need more sports, but I'm just wondering if we have already done everything we can at the elementary school level, because as I hear you talk about maybe the demand is not there for a particular sport, women's golf in high school, well, maybe it's because we don't have something at the elementary school level. So I'm just wondering if you've done that analysis as to how we can best utilize $300,000 in savings in how we can either increase opportunities or serve more kids at the elementary school levels, middle school, or if it should all go to high school.
Well, with the initial investment this year, we increased opportunities for roughly 15,000 students for the first time in our district at the elementary level. And that was a pretty big startup, buying uniforms, equipment for our STRIDE program, football programs, and so we don't have to make that investment going forward. We've already purchased those materials. And now, by shifting some of that revenue up to the high school level, we're really able to honor this extra pay, extra duty schedule and fund every coaching position on here for the same amount of money that we have done in the past. And then also, categorizing extracurricular activities, the academic stipends as well, the teacher leads. But I think we've made a really good investment in our elementary program that is fairly sustainable going forward, and we've created that interest. Probably next year we'll come forward with some additional requests to enhance our middle school program. So we do really have that seamless pipeline for opportunities for kids. But I feel really good about what we've done with the elementary level. Now it's just it's really kind of clarifying, cleaning up what we're doing at the middle school and creating those opportunities.
Okay, well,
at the high
thank you.
school level.
I appreciate the detailed, feedback. That's helpful.
And the only thing I would want to add on that is that we were very fortunate to have some resources gifted to us by the City of Sacramento to help us launch our elementary athletics program. This will be one of the areas that I'll be advocating on the Measure U committee for as we try and find how best to allocate the remaining $34 million, and youth obviously being a key priority.
Thank you.
Good. Member Morowski?
Thank you. I wanted to, after the last few months of going through a lot of iterations of where we are with the budget, it's very refreshing to actually be talking about some minor but investments that we're proposing to make to provide opportunities for our students. But I am wondering, I think I understand kind of the different pots of money, but can you just explain how can we afford to do this given we're still in deficit spending mode. Where do these dollars come from that we feel we can afford to make investments in this budget environment?
Okay. So this one that we were talking about, we're actually not asking for any additional more monies. This is staying the same, but your question is still a good question.
Are you talking about
The-
not
on
about
the
athletics?
on the athletics piece that we were just talking about?
All the other
ones that I'm going to go through now, they are supplemental and concentration. And if you can go back, Gloria, if you remember, I showed a slide that showed the new income that we got from the state. And so we need to have a plan to spend approximately $76 million. And so these are part of that $76 million.
The supplemental.
The
3.4
supplemental
million.
concentration monies, yes.
3.4 million for 1920.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead and go back.
Okay.
All right, so now I'm going to start up at the top. And well, before I go and talk about any one individual too, you'll notice that there's some items that are in bold. So some of these initiatives have already been happening, but they're new to supplemental concentration funding, and so that's why we're bringing them forward, to you tonight. So the academic stipends for department chairs, this is like pulling out, and making sure that there's monies, for them so they're not competing with the athletic program that we were just talking about. And these individuals they're at all of our large high schools, they're the department chairs, and so they're going to be the ones to help make sure that the leadership and continuous improvement is happening at each one of the schools, ensuring again that our students are getting the best education they can get. The next one is offering PSAT and SAT to students. This one is 190. I'm sorry, the other one was 210. This one is 190,000. And again, this is a continuing type incentive that was funded out of grant dollars, and now we're proposing that it be put into subcon. And I can tell you that I got excited just reading about what has happened here on the PSAT and SAT. So in 18-19 grades 8 and 9, were offered the opportunity to take the test, and 86% of the kids took the test, and of those, English learners, 76% of them, and 89% of the economic disadvantage got the opportunity to take the test. And what is this signaling to them? It's signaling to them that they're smart enough to think about going to college, when a lot of them probably haven't had the support at home. So, I mean, it's so, awesome to see. And in the 10th grade, it's been happening for 5 years. And what was interesting, it says here 89% of the kids took it in the 10th grade. But what's even more interesting is that why 86% were, let's see, I want to make sure I get it right here, were English learners, 92% of the economic disadvantage. Did you hear that? 92 was higher than 89. So there was definitely some people out there making sure that those kids, took the test. And so I commend any employee who was helping them doing that, because that means there was additional reach out, to those students. On the SAT, that's actually another interesting thing that you guys have some good stats on here, and that's in 11th grade. I'm going to go really to the one that really kind of I thought was interesting. For 2018-19, 87% of the students that were enrolled on May 15, 2019 took the test. It was an 68% improvement over the prior year, 68%. And of those 1849 students, 1151 of them were economic disadvantaged, and 308 were English learners. So again, there's a lot of good reach out that's going on there. So that is just awesome work, and hoping the board approves moving forward with keeping that in place, because there's definitely a lot of good work going there.
President Ryan, just very quickly, I do want to just commend our staff. That percentage of 87% of students that were juniors and came to school on that April 5th, I think, Mr. Harris, April 10th this year, or March 6th, were able to take the SAT during the school day. Because of our data exchange agreement with our higher ed institutions regionally, we will, of course, be able to inform them of how many of our students, by virtue of having an SAT score now, in combination with their GPA, with the courses that they've taken, and other data points, meet the eligibility requirements to be able to apply to a college or university. That data exchange agreement calls for those colleges and universities to be able to then contact our students and inform them that, of course, they're interested in having them apply. And of course, our low-income students would be able to apply to 5 CSU campuses for free, as well as 4 UC campuses for free. So at least regionally, we're trying to demonstrate how a longitudinal data exchange agreement could benefit our students. Obviously, we're going to continue to strive for increasing that 87%. That 87% is an increase by about 1 percentage point from last year. We also, I think we've been reminded of our own improvement efforts in trying to make sure that we're providing the right accommodations for students with special needs, and we will continue to make those kinds of improvements. So we're proposing this because we think that we still have room to grow in this area.
Next, on to AP tests. As many people know, these tests are rather expensive to take. They cost like $85 each. And IB tests cost $119 with a registration of $172. And while there is a reduced cost for the AP test for students that are free and reduced of $32 to $53, it still can be a hindrance, an obstacle for a student to be able to take those AP tests. The district utilized grant funds to help with this, and the current year costs were just around $400,000. But of this year, 2,010 students were able to participate in AP and IB exams. And that is over 1,523 in 17-18. So that's a 32% increase. What's interesting here, they give a stat for JF Kennedy itself. And this year, 708 students at Kennedy took AP tests, and approximately 355 of them were low income. And that's compared to last year when only 355 students took the AP exams and only 121 of them were low income. So that is like a huge increase at one school, to give you an idea of what's happening there. And again, what's happening is that when kids see that they can take the test and pass, they're finding out that they are smart enough to go to college, and they're getting a head start, so it's a wonderful opportunity for kids to be able to move forward. College and career visits, this is $250,000 proposed. And what is proposed is to get students exposed to the 4 different systems, and to when they're in sixth grade, 8th grade, and 10th grade, to end up visiting a community college or California State University, Sacramento, or surrounding CSUs, and then in 10th grade, University of California, Davis, or UOP. What this is doing, again, when the kids go onto campus, if they've never been there before, they see what it's like, they can picture themselves there, and they're, again, seeing that I can, go to college. And so this is just a wonderful thing to be able to give kids just to dream, to not, stay still and not think that they are smart enough to go to college. And then on the career visits, again, in grade 10, to expose kids to businesses that they might be interested in, where they can picture themselves there. They might even see people of the same color, at that environment, and give them, the confidence to know that they could go and work in that business and see what it's like. So again, that is proposed for $250,000.
Ms. Canfield, I have a quick question.
Yes.
Given for the college career visits, since it's centralized at the Cerna Center, is this based on requests from school sites? Like you mentioned the grade, are these all grade levels? Like you said, all 10th graders. Is it all 10th graders? Or is it based by school site and based by need?
The planning stance is all at the grade levels Ms. Canfield mentioned. So it would be, all 6th graders, all 8th graders, all 10th graders. And so we would be working with site teams to develop a protocol for them to facilitate the site visits.
So all schools, all 70s will
Well,
have
all
access
grade levels. So of course,
with
it
those
would-
grade levels.
For those grade levels.
Okay,
That's what our estimate's based on.
thank you.
Thank you. You come up here, we could tag team it,
I will support you, Ms. Canfield.
All right, the next one is grade level readiness programs. This one is funded out of two different funding sources. It's, again, trying to take advantage of some of the Title I monies that we're projecting carryover, so why not program it? And so we have 600,000 in supplemental concentration. That's for the elementary and middle school level, and then the high school level, Title I. And it's going to give the district the opportunity to offer additional instruction to students in winter break, before, after school, and summer school. And when we're talking summer school, it would not be this summer, it would be next summer. And again, it's giving students the opportunity, and when they look at some of the stats that you have, there's definitely inequities between your student groups with the foster youth and student with disabilities, African American and Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander. They're so much less than your white students on how they're doing on their achievement tests. So there would then be targeted interventions to the students who need to have a better opportunity to get on par with their fellow students. And that this is what these funds would be used for.
Canfield, can you clarify how much is allocated for summer programs?
We didn't differentiate between summer and the other programs.
Okay, but it's 1.5 million for just all of the
Correct,
programs for the
correct.
1920 year, including summer of 2020.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Letitia?
And just a clarifying question. I don't know if there's been thought of how you're targeting students in order of priority who would most need for the winter program, summer program, and any additional assistance. That's all been thought out?
What we will likely do in terms of just giving ourselves flexibility, because I don't know that we've had winter break programs in the past, but we certainly will capitalize on our early identification and intervention system, Member Garcia. So really looking holistically at which of our students are demonstrating deficiencies in attendance, as well as displaying negative behaviors and having deficiencies academically as well. But in some cases, we also know that we're going to tie this to our broader efforts to increase for example, the number of students that are eligible for our high school specialty programs. So we also want to have the flexibility of making sure that we're leveraging resources to expand the pool of students that are also, because of the disproportionality in our specialty programs. So at this point, we are just really looking for the flexibility to see how we might meet the needs of our students through a combination of potentially winter break, after school, weekend, and summer interventions.
Just really quickly, I have heard some. I wasn't around, so I can't speak to it. But I have heard that the summer learning program was rolled out pretty quickly and maybe wasn't as didn't have as much planning as maybe it should have. I don't know. But I would like to request that, as, assuming this is adopted, that we get feedback as to what's being planned and that there's enough time planned in advance to really make sure that it's an effective program.
The next one is the African American Task Force. As the board knows, you approved the recommendations on May 15th, and staff is working on the first set of recommendations. The key focus on it is going to be creating an overall sustainability body, which will oversee and monitor the recommendations for implementation. The first wave will be a district-wide African American Advisory Committee with its accountability subcommittee. In addition, staff is currently researching on intervention and acceleration strategies. And finally, staff will be updating an overall site plan process to incorporate the over 5% suspension rate variance action planning requirement. And so that's $150,000 is being set aside to assist the task force going towards those goals. The next one is the needs-based scholarship and experimental learning. Traditionally, schools across the district have organized different experimental learning opportunities through field trips. It's places like Sly Park, the Crocker Art Museum, Soil-Born Farms, and Star-Based Science Camps. With over 71% of our kids disadvantaged and with 41% of our schools having 100% of kids free and reduced, this is an opportunity to find ways to not have money be an obstacle for them to have the same kind of experience. Why it's small in nature, it's a start in what I would say is the right position to be able to find a way to let kids go to camp again. I hope you guys don't get tired of the Fresno Unified experience or whatever, but they did, do sixth grade camp, for every single kid, and the stories when we saw the videos and the kids, they just think it's awesome. Some of them had never seen the ocean before, and I realize that might be not Sacramento, but there's probably something else here that they've never seen before, and it just opens up doors. It gets them to think of more when they get those kinds of experiences, and this I would say is a start in the right direction.
Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I was one of those kids who, but for field trips, would not otherwise go to the ocean or see a mission, so those are like memories that I have vividly, and realizing that the world is so much bigger than my, little block in Santa Ana, and the world looked very much the same in that city, and anything outside of it just looks so different, and really, really opening my mind that there is a world out there that looks so different, that it's full of excitement, things that are unknown, and a motivation for me to make education sort of my pathway to explore the world outside of my hometown. But I did want to come back to something that I heard a lot about this year with these learning opportunities. And you listed Sly Park and as well as other organizations. But I wanted to make sure that I got some clarity in terms of whether or not the district office is sharing a list of destinations with school sites, because one thing that became an issue this year was Redwood Alliance. And in some school sites having already longstanding sort of partnerships with this particular entity, and it became very controversial because of its affiliation to religious organizations, and parents wanting to switch to maybe Sly Park, but that wasn't necessarily feasible because of how late in the year it was, and arrangements had already been made. It's not one that I heard you name off, so I just wanted to make sure that we were mindful of some of those issues that came about at multiple schools across the district, but that if we have a list of areas that has been vetted or identified through the district, that we share those with our school sites so they understand what's available. Because I know every school site has a different organization that they partner with. At our school, it's Sly Park. So, and it's something my daughters are looking forward to go in a couple of years. So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Member Minnick.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak of this. I'm excited about the potential for all the things on this list, but I did want to speak on this because those experiences are so important. And I know that the superintendent has spoken before about, the cost of Sly Park and how it's, cost prohibitive for a lot of families. I think that these opportunities for experiential learning are huge. And I just want to refer back to, we as a family were fortunate enough that my son went to middle school. He went to Sutter Middle School, where they did a trip to the Shakespeare Festival in Oregon every year. That led to, we go, you stay in the dorms at Southern Oregon University and stuff. And that led to his appreciation for that community, the theater, that college, where he ultimately got a scholarship. And that's where he is a junior in college right now. We would never have heard of Southern Oregon University. Probably most people haven't. Go Raiders. But, that experience going up there, changed the trajectory of his education and potentially his life. And so every few months on our consent agenda, I'll see a trip to Ashland for the Shakespeare Festival from a school. And I'm always excited to vote for that. But it also reminds me that there's only a couple of schools that have that as an opportunity for their kids. And I think about what a huge impact that had on us, what a huge financial impact that had on us, because, my son was able to get a scholarship to a school that we probably couldn't have afforded. And so, and to know that we can potentially increase the opportunities for kids through these need-based scholarships, I think can be a huge game changer for a lot of families. So not just when they accidentally happen to be at a college location, but can impact the interests of a lot of our kids. So I'm just really happy to see that as an item on this list.
President Ryan, very quickly, I just want to mention that in the budget summary under this particular proposal, what we've indicated is that we're treating this as a fund that hopefully will grow with participation from other organizations, foundations, perhaps city partners. We know that $100,000, even if we tried to do something for every sixth grader, is about an eighth of what we would need. And that's not counting other experiential experiences like Member Minnick is mentioning. So we're really treating this as a startup fund, if you will, that we would want to seek other support from other organizations.
Okay. So a couple other things, and I want to be mindful of time as we try to make our way through, since it's nearing 10 o'clock. I'm so grateful for the modest investment in the college visits at key benchmarks, 6th, 8th, and 10th grade. One of the things that I consistently hear from our community is that quite often students have a university or a college in their backyard and they've never visited it. We were proud to partner with the city to have a first of its kind city school district board meeting about a year ago, and at that time we launched the Sacramento Promise. With that, due to state funding, We have a year of free community college, likely to be 2 free years of community college, and recently got named a grantee of the Student Aid Commission for Dollars for Scholars to expand kindergarten savings accounts. This will be another wonderful way to plug in those opportunities to really have a continuum of services as we're trying to promote these opportunities for students who might be the first in their families to go to college and not have access to a college pathway otherwise. And so I'm very excited about that. And with that, please, Ms. Canfield, continue.
Okay, we are now on with student clubs and organizations. This is a modest start. It's only $50,000, but it is a beginning to give, again, equity across all of our schools, to have common clubs. We heard from the LBGTQ group today. This would be like establishing one at every single school. BSA, MESA, and it'd be at the middle schools and high schools and others. So it's just it's a start. It's a start to try to get equity again. Letting students find a way of being connected to something, at their school, which then makes them want to come to school more and be successful. Let's see here, fingerprinting support for parents. This is following up on what had happened the prior year. I guess the funds were used up rather quickly. So again, this is establishing some funds for parents who are volunteering at the schools so that they can get their fingerprints and volunteer, at the schools. The last one is the music instructional technology, and this is $500,000. And what this will do is it will establish funds that can be used for music, for VAPA equipment, for computers. And I have examples here of some information. Your music guy, VAPA guy, did a very good job of giving me lots of information. He says here, 50% of your musical instruments are over 30 years old. Oh my gosh. So hopefully they're in tune. Anyway, and the current repair budget is like $32,187 and no cents. So I thought that was interesting how exact I got that information. And I'm not making fun of it. I'm just trying to get at the small amount. It just is there. And these funds would give opportunities to buy new instruments, to make sure that the instruments that can be fixed are there. And a lot of our elective art classes, they need specialized equipment, and then this would allow them to get that equipment and or get the different kinds of things to, again, help kids stay connected, to schools. And it's also to have some money set aside for any classroom type needs, which would include, like I said, computers or anything like that. But it's all for the classroom. It's all to enhance opportunities for students to have more, in their classroom, exposing them to different things, good, sound, good equipment. And when I said sound, I didn't necessarily mean music, but you get the idea. And that, again, is like the list of the student support initiatives. Again, they're all out of subcon, except for the $900,000 in Title I. They total up to about $2.6 million. And if you remember, the subcon was like about 3.4 new funds, and this is helping us get to the goal of 76 million. Actually, if these aren't approved, we'll have to find something else.
And I do just want to say, it's very important to note, not only are these supplemental and concentration dollars, but getting back to the idea, and Liz Guillen often speaks to this, of using these dollars in a way that really meets the needs of targeted populations. This is less than 1% of our total budget. So in an effort to advance an equity, access, and social justice agenda, that is really minuscule. And compared to neighboring districts like Twin Rivers that have been able to increase their investments, I'm happy to see some modest investments moving forward, and yet it is still a far cry from where we should be to have equitable access to opportunity for our students in Sac City. Board Member Vang?
comment short, Ms. Canfield. I just want to say I appreciate the first column because I think when we talk about alignment with subset LCAP and budget, I appreciate that with each of these student initiative proposals that we're able to actually align to the LCAP of what was recommended and the conversations that happened in those meetings. And so just wanted to say thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad you caught me on that because I was going to mention it, and so I'm glad that you caught it. That was put up there on purpose so everyone could see where it is in the LCAP.
Board Member Garcia?
Just a quick question on the fingerprinting support for parents. You said that there was a prior appropriation and that just exhausted quickly. Was that available to any parent, or are we targeting these very limited dollars to low-income parents? Or just wondering how we're planning for these dollars.
So Board Member Garcia, because of the limited funds available, we initiated a prioritization schedule based on the free and reduced or low-income population at school sites. So it prioritized the school sites that had the most significant free and reduced lunch populations. And then, of course, we evaluated how the funding was spent during the school year, and then based on school site requests, we did make adjustments to the allocation, but the fundamental premise was sites that had high free and reduced lunch populations were targeted to get the most allocation of funding.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, and I'm glad to hear that the prior allocation went very quickly, right? Often it's a barrier for parents. So, and just as a reminder, once you're fingerprinted, once you're good to go for how many years?
As long as you stay active, it rolls over. Once you stop being active, then you have to re-fingerprint. So
Can you
every school
define
year-
active, staying active?
Stay within the school year. So within a school year, if you're a participant, so school year to school year, as long as you're participating school year to school year, you remain active. We get updates. Let's say you participate in the school year, but don't participate in the following school year. Then you come back that following school year, the third school year, you'd have to re-fingerprint.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Please continue.
Next, we're going to move on to other funds. At the third interim, I did report about the different contributions to other funds, and the adult ed and the child development fund are the same amounts. The charter school fund, if you remember, I talked about 2 schools, and then when we did a more complete analysis and we looked at all the charter schools, in fact, all the charter schools were showing deficit spending. Some have healthy balances, and so that is why you're not seeing them now, or you might see them in the future if no adjustments are made. The new school, New Joseph Bonheim, is new to this list, and so again, this is for 1920. So if they're not able to make adjustments, that would be the impact to the unrestricted general fund. So obviously, this might be information that they didn't really think about. I'm not sure, but we'll definitely need to ensure that we're working better with our charter schools to have multi-years that everyone is in tune to, and working with our charter school director also.
Board Member Bang?
Just for clarity, so what you're telling me is that New Tech needs $55,000 to operate next year. Is that correct?
If they spend all their monies as planned and only get the revenues that are planned right now, yes.
So they need additional $55,000 in order to operate.
Yes, they will go negative without it. Yes.
And George Washington Carver, remind me, is that at elementary school?
It's the only Waldorf high school in the district, a dependent charter.
$369,000 from our unrestricted fund. So I think I mentioned this in previous board meetings already, but I think we need to monitor our charter school. I know these are dependent charter schools, is that correct? And we give them the flexibility to be able to operate their budget. And we have to do better at this because I don't see us pouring money into our neighborhood schools that are not charters. And so we need to do a better job of that. I don't know what, Superintendent, if you have thoughts around this or in terms of cabinet, but I know this was also reported in the FICMAT report as well. And so I want to make sure that we are monitoring this closely because this is very concerning to me.
All right, I will tell you that with the schools being smaller, they're going to have a little bit more challenge. And I'm not necessarily coming to their defense. I understand what you're saying, but they're having some of the same issues as your school district. They still have, the health benefit costs that you have as a school district. So they're feeling the same impact, and you're seeing it probably sooner here, with that individual school. So again, that's not necessarily the whole issue, but I just wanted to just make that point.
But it is a challenge of some of the small schools across the district. yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Canfield.
This is similar to the slide that was showed at third interim. It only shows the 2 years now, 2021 and 21-22. The only new information that is on here, if you remember at third interim, May Revise had just come out, and so we didn't have all of the factors to get in what was the difference in the COLA. I'd mentioned that one went up and one went down, so you can see here the little bit of difference that in 2021 that the change in the COLA, went up, and then in 21-22 went down a little bit. It's not significant, but again, just wanted to report out. And the only other number that changed is that the increase in the charter school contribution is lower than what I originally projected. And that was because when I was looking at the information too fast, when a school goes negative, yes, you have that negative ending fund balance, and after that, you just have the deficit spending factor. You shouldn't just keep adding the ending balance, ending balance, ending balance. So that was moving too fast. And so the contribution in future years right now is an additional 700,000.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, go back to that slide just for a moment. What I did want to point out is that why this is showing 17 million in new revenue. It is showing just from the expenses that are on here, and there are a few other ones, that's 25 million. So you can see you're not getting, I realize I don't have all the revenues, but really your LCFF revenue is your main source. So that shows that there is definitely more expenses that are coming your way than there is income at this time. Now, I want to be really clear on this. So I know I've talked calmly, and I do that just as a natural way of doing things, but I need to reiterate real clearly that this is the official report that is going to the county. As you can see, yes, there is a reserve in 18-19 of 8.45. Yes, there is a reserve of 6.44 in 19-20, and there is a reserve of 2.48 in 2021. But again, you remember I talked to you about the importance of getting away from deficit spending, and that final year, 21-22, if no changes are made, you go negative 2.63%. So I'm going to just reiterate for people who hadn't seen this chart before, what we're doing here is we separate ongoing monies from one-time monies, so you can really see clearly, how are you doing? Are you deficit spending, planned deficit spending, or because you have a healthy reserve and you want to spend it down a little bit, or do you have a problem? And obviously Sacramento Unified, has a problem, and so something needs to change, and you need to figure out a way to get rid of the deficit spending, get rid of that red column there that says ongoing net change in fund balance, so that you're seeing a black number there, not that you're deficit spending. Go to the next slide. So this is the recommended plan. Again, this is a recommended plan. This is not the official piece that is going to the county. In fact, go back one other time. I just want to say too, it's going to go to the county. The county is going to look at it. They're going to have to disapprove your budget because you're not going to have the reserves. I'm telling you up front, the county's going to need to do their job. They're going to disapprove this budget. We can't put in fake reductions in here. We need to have something truly that can work for the district to bring the deficit spending in line. So now you can go to the other one. Thank you. So this is the recommended plan. Again, it's similar in nature to what we had done before. It's working to, you do have some reserves, which does allow you the ability to have time to negotiate with your labor partners to come up with a solution that works for everyone. What this plan is showing is that you need to make ongoing reductions of 26 million, 16 million 2021, and 21-22, 10 million. You can see there in 21-22, barely you are out of deficit spending, and I'm going to say barely, so you're going to need to watch that number. But you do have a reserve of 4.63%. And yes, what I am showing is the 4 million in textbooks, in 21-22. I am recommending using those reserves because you have the ability to do that, and you'll be coming down to 4.63. So that's the reason why I'm recommending that, and why you're seeing the change in the reserve with the negative number down there. That is a planned use of reserves as compared to just using reserves with no plan intended.
Should I ask? So, Ms. Canfield, I want to have you pause for 1 second. I think all of us board members received a message that there are a group of students here waiting to speak in public comment. If you're a student who's waiting to speak in public comment on an item not related to the budget, can you please stand up? So it is a budget-related item. Okay. If you'll... Ms. Molesky, I just heard that, and that's why I'm asking the question. Thank you. So we have public comments from students on this item. If the board would be willing to entertain this, apparently these students have a final that they're awaiting tomorrow at JFK and are tired and would like to go home. So I think what I would propose to accommodate the students, since once again we're hearing that they've been waiting to speak on this item, that we allow our student commenters, I think perhaps if you're willing to do a 1 minute each public comment, that way all of you get to speak and speak in a timely fashion now. We'll return to the end of this presentation and the rest of our public commenters following. Jerry, is that allowed? Okay, thank you.
Permitted. Okay, our student public commenters are Ivan Wang, Ethan Liu, Liam Elliott Beckett, Samantha Trang, Hua Wang, Hong Loon Yu, Megan Beckett, Ling, Yvette Sang, Cindy Wong, and Lino Lee Yi.
Thank you very much for your patience. We actually had rearranged the agenda to have public comment after the budget presentations because in the last few board meetings, we've had a large number of students and families that have wanted to speak on the budget item. But once again, when we found out that you were waiting, tried to move things around immediately to be able to accommodate you. So thank you for being here.
So my name is Ivan Huang. I'm here because the AP program in the John F. Kennedy for Chinese is being canceled, and I would like that to be revoked because I feel like that program is very important to Kennedy, and that a lot of students require that program in order to get better grades. And I feel like this program is very important to the kids because there are a lot of Chinese-speaking people in Kennedy and around in the Sacramento area, and they really need that program to connect with the community and the school. Most of us plan to take all 4 levels of AP Chinese, and without the AP Chinese program, none of us would be able to complete it, and we would probably be placed in a lower ranking for college admissions. My time's up.
Thank you very much.
My name is Liam Elliott Beckett, and I am studying Chinese at John F. Kennedy High School. We recently learned that Chinese Level 1 and AP Chinese may be cut next year. We are all well aware of the budget issues, but the loss of Chinese is far too great. It is against our district's mission, which is that every student is a responsible, productive citizen in a diverse and competitive world. If we wish to be productive in this competitive world, we should not end the learning of Chinese, the language spoken by the most people in the world, and the language spoken by our largest trading partner. If you enter the fields of science and business, among others, you will interact with Chinese speakers. I myself came to Kennedy just because of the Chinese program. I had been lucky enough to get that education in middle school, and it was the only school I could find. In fact, this is the only school in the entire district with an AP Chinese program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Samantha Sang, and I'm going to be a senior next year at John F. Kennedy High School. I've been a part of the Chinese program at Kennedy for the past 3 years now, and it's given me the opportunity to grow and blossom into the person I am today. The Chinese program has been a vital component of the Kennedy community for years now, and its existence is something that should not be restricted, but rather celebrated and supported. Chinese culture and language is important not just because China is one of the most quickly expanding nations in the world, but because it represents a minority that, like all other cultures, deserves to have its voice known. As I embark from Kennedy after next year, I'm hoping that future students will be able to have the same opportunity as I did in learning more about the Chinese culture. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I'm Clement Chu, and I support the staying of AP Chinese.
Good evening, board member and the superintendent. My name is Hong Yu. I'm one of the parents of the students, and I'm also live in your district. So as a parent and taxpayer, so I heard that Chinese class will be cut. And I just want to know, I also know what's the rationale to cut the programs. I understand there's other languages class in the high school. I'm not sure that affect the other class, but not Chinese. So I wonder if you make any determination how to cut and where to cut. I want to know your rationale, your analysis. Yeah. Thank you. And by the way, I do appreciate your it's difficult. I truly understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Megan Beckett. I'm also a parent of one of the Chinese students at Kennedy. And my son has covered a lot of the comments that our family wants to make to you. But I will emphasize one other is that we specifically chose Kennedy. In fact, we were out of district. We live in district. We transferred we transferred him to district this past year because of the Chinese program. And we likely would have remained where we were if it hadn't been for this, because it's that important to us. And we wonder how many other families might feel the same way. And we also ask about what does this say about the school's commitment to such programs like this that families may have made these decisions based on. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, board member. My name is Hua Huang. I was there. So I agree with all the students' point they made and also all the point that the parents made as well too. But I want to point out that one of the reasons that my son and their classmates choose Kennedy is because of the Chinese program. That's one of the main reasons. So I also understand that we're facing a budget issue, but cutting, program basically not going to resolve the budget issue, only further pushing the deficit down for the district in the future. So, in particular for the student, they already have a plan, taking the Chinese as their feel for the language requirement for the future, but they are in the middle, they are in the pathway. But cutting the program, there's no way that's impossible for them to complete their education for the Chinese program for the language in the future. So thank you.
It's okay.
Good evening, board members. My name is Yvette San. Sam San, the girl just speak, is my daughter. So because of the Chinese program, she got as a youth ambassador to China, and then she going to Houston next month as a youth summit with the youth from all over the world. So we feel this Chinese program is last resort for family like us, for our kids to connect and learn about their heritage. Also, it's one of the main reasons we choose Kennedy. I think it really helped Kennedy enrollment. For that reason, we really hope you can reconsider to keep the program for the benefits of our future students and current students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone, board members. I'm Cindy. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
My name is Cindy Wen. My two sons graduated from Kennedy High School 2012 and 2015, went to Stanford and Berkeley with full scholarship. Actually, they partially benefit from the Chinese program. So I hope this program will benefit to the future students. So to me, my personal, I really strongly against to cut the budget of the program. Thank you.
I'm Sherry Ye. Because my son tomorrow has a test, so I just come here to support the Chinese program, especially AP Chinese. It is really, really important to him. That's why tonight I come here to present that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here.
Hello, my name is Edmund Yu. I'm actually a former student of John F. Kennedy High School, class of 2006, so over 15 years ago, and I'm here to support the Mandarin Chinese program. If you want to know a program that helps make a difference, why am I here? I know you guys are under really tough decisions about the budget, so I'm not expecting any changes, but I just want to show you the value of this program. And the students did bring forth a petition, and I hope you guys will consider the value of foreign languages and programs that make a difference. I wouldn't be here today if I didn't see the value of this language. And if you guys want to know, to learn a foreign language, you don't need more than 4 years. You need to practice the language. And what better thing next to Spanish is Mandarin. We have a very vibrant community in Sacramento, and I hope you guys will reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name's Ling. After, my kid told me, they are not have the AP class for not only for the regular class and also for the Chinese program. I feel our family feel so really disappointed because, the program been in Kennedy for a long time, and also the Chinese program too. Our, family, our cousin, our, or mommy or daddy been graduate from there, they also take the Chinese program. And then our kids, they work hard to, to just for get in the program, and they also feel power to, themselves to get the good program to help them to get the challenge and, to get the high level to go to college. And then I feel if you guys don't, cut the program, AP program and also for Chinese, I feel, you guys put them at the risk because they already, for my two boys, they already stopped for 2 years in Kennedy, then sophomore. And if you cut the program, they mean, like kind of really risk for them. And then also, I don't understand why you guys only cut a Chinese program and not the other language. There's a like Japanese or Italian, or also the other language. How come only Chinese? So I feel like how many Chinese in Sacramento, if like the kids can get the language, they can help. They can help how many people later on after they be adult. So all of the reasons. So I strongly recommend to keep the program for the for the future.
Thank
So
you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Cindy Liu. My son Eden Liu is attending JFK as a sophomore, and we came to Canada because of the Chinese program. I came to United States when I was 14, and then I did take the Chinese AP Chinese myself, and I really want to keep them in the Chinese culture to learn more about the Chinese culture. So we really wanted the Sacramento School District to reconsider about not cutting the program. And we have the great student, great teacher, and everything is great. We just need to keep the program to running for the students to learn more about our culture. We don't want them to forget about everything.
Thank you very much. So at this time, we're going to resume our budget presentation. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask board members if you can please hold your comments for these last few slides that we're trying to get through. We'll then take public comment, remaining public comment on the budget item. And if board members have questions following that, then they can share them at that time. And I actually need a motion to extend the board meeting. Do I have a second? All those in favor? Aye. 11.
Okay, so where we were at, we had just shown the recommended plan. And so again, we're recommending that the district work on a negotiated solution to get to achieve the 26 million and have a 4% reserve. It does give the district time to do that, and we are in a little healthier position than where we were at third interim, and it also helps on the cash side. So on the cash, if you'll recall, at the third interim, we were running out of cash in October 2020, and why we do go negative in 2020 with the proposed budget multi-year, it is just a smaller hiccup, and we could use interfund transfers from other funds to cover that shortfall until the property taxes come in. But the following 2021, if no adjustments are made, the district would run out of cash. So again, there's some time, but don't wait to act on it. It's just reporting out what the facts are for now. And then speaking of other possibilities, the state legislators right now are busy trying to get the budget done. They need to get a budget by June 15th, or they won't get paid. And magically enough, they always seem to get it done when they're not going to get paid. So anyways, but right now, some of the major state education proposals that are being considered, and the one that actually looks, I think, the most positive would be in the special education area. When you have the assembly and the state both talking about the same thing, that looks pretty promising, and it's estimated that Sacramento Unified would receive about $3.5 million if this does come through. And from my understanding, that would be able to reduce the contribution. There would not need to be an investment of those funds for the equalization. The additional ones for the ones being considered at the Assembly or the Senate, as far as like the preschool, ADA into AB 602, or the Senate 4,000 for each severe each identified disability student, those probably do come with some additional requirements. So they're not just flat out money that you can spend any way you want. And the reason why I'm showing these here for you is just to give you a flavor of the things that are moving and shaking in the Sacramento capital. We don't know necessarily how things are going to plan out. There are even a couple other things that are being considered, but you can see how obviously if the STRS rate comes down, that will help. If the PERS rate is also supported in some way, that will help. If the college readiness grant comes through, even if it is one time, that can help. That could make the AP, SAT, those kinds of things even go at a greater level than what we were talking about, or reprioritize and use our supplemental concentration funds for something else. The low performing block grant would also be another thing. Again, it's one time, but it's something that could give you a jump start on some kind of initiative that you may have not been able to get around to. And then obviously at the after-school programs, the rates would be going up, and it would actually help those programs to be more supported for all the endeavors that they're trying to do. So, in summary, we did capture current year additional income. In the 1920 proposed budget, we did recognize personnel expenses based on historical fill rates and made adjustments for that. And in addition, we did adjust our non-personnel expenses based upon what budget managers submitted, which was less than what we originally had at third interim time. We do recognize the additional cost for the restructuring of the teacher salary schedule. And just to be clear on that one, it was an estimate, and it could end up being more than what we currently have, in the proposed budget. Right now, we estimated about the equivalent of a 7.3%. So, just wanted to make the board know that that is what we have in the budget, and it was just an estimate. I already mentioned the cash flow, that we're in a little bit better shape on the cash, but again, please don't take that as just sitting around and waiting for something to magically happen. You do need a negotiated solution to achieve the $26 million. And as shown on the other slide, we're keeping a close eye on the state budget for any potential new revenues or any new expenditure obligations that might come your way. And now we're ready for the public hearing.
So with that, we're going to hold board member comments for additional public comments. Mr. Barrios.
Jason Weiner, followed by Alina Cervantes, David Aleman.
Hold on a second. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You invited everybody to stand and join in saying our pledge. But because 4 young people decided that wasn't right, and at this age, they think they know everything, 10 to 15 years, they're going to realize they don't know anything. You decided to honor them, and you all sat down and didn't say the pledge. And do you know what? Today is D-Day, and you dishonored thousands of lives by sitting down and not saying it. Okay, and they died so that you wouldn't have to be under an oppressive government. Hitler, Mussolini, Hirohito. But you decided to sit down and honor that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And I also want to respect that the youth who chose not to do the pledge also believe that they have been under oppression.
Where are we as adults to teach them, especially on this day? On this day, you follow that.
And once again, I absolutely respect
what men died for.
Yes, I respect
the carnage that
I
they
respect
left
your
over
truth.
on
This is a
foreign
public
country,
meeting, and we're
foreign
going to go
lands.
to our next public commenter.
I'm going to finish reading the rest of the names. After Alina Cervantes, we had Nikki Malevsky, David Fisher, Tara Thronson, Eric Thronson, Yolanda Padilla, Yvette Martinez, Yumiko Trimingham, Janice Duval, and Julie Del Agua.
Thank you.
Mr. Weiner, thank you.
Sure. Thank you, board members. And I'll say, I, for one, believe that standing for the pledge or the national anthem has nothing to do with honoring the troops. I would say also that I appreciate that the board has held several budget workshops out in the community and gave people a chance to better understand what was happening. And the district documents have also been helpful, but I do think that more of the information from the board packet about this budget needs to be made public more quickly so that we have a chance to digest it. I'm also pleased to see the need for a smaller amount of cuts than the third interim report showed, and restoration of some key district coordinator positions, especially the SEL coordinator. As a parent in the district, I have 3 children here. I understand that we urgently need to find some more areas for savings and cuts. So I strongly urge you as a board and the superintendent to sit down with SCTA without conditions through the summer, to calendar these meetings now, make them happen without the conditions that have been put on them previously so that they actually happen, to resolve this impasse over health plan savings and move forward on other revenue and spending items now so that we can avoid a deficit over the next year and realize greater savings that won't affect the kids. The budget packet also shows that the board is following through on its promise to eliminate the contract with school resource officers with the city. And that $1.5 million that had gone to that contract is now going to be allocated towards school safety as a plan to be determined. So I urge you to stay vigilant to make sure that transition is made and that the funds go to positions that have been proven to benefit school safety, including social workers, counselors, safety monitors, and mental health services. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Weiner, for your service to the LCAP PAC.
Hi, good evening. Our last speaker stole the first part of my speech. So ditto most of what he said. That the idea, though, for me is that the negotiation stalling just increases the budget cuts that were going to be needed down the road. It's hurting our children's future, and I feel like as a parent, it's kind of holding us all hostage. And now, equally upsetting to me is that I keep hearing folks say that we're out of the woods, there's no budget crisis, it was all manufactured somehow as a hoax conspiracy theory to scare us all. I am not a budget crisis denier. And I agree with Superintendent Gordon, quote, what he said in the letter is that the risk has not been eliminated. It's kind of like, you're not gonna lose your house today, but you might lose it in a couple years. That doesn't make me feel very safe as a parent in this district. And I don't know why anyone, a board member, any group that claims to have our kids' backs would continue wanting to skate on thin ice. I know we're all kind of sick of this cycle. So we are here again to say, and I as a parent, that we need everybody at the table without any conditions. Hopefully at some point we can have healthier and more respectful relationships with all the stakeholders, as many other districts have and as it should be as part of a healthy district. But until then, we would just like for everyone to put all of that stuff aside and come to the table to negotiate with no conditions in good faith all day, every day, so that savings can be realized as soon as possible. No summer break for any decision makers on this, because time is money. I keep seeing that sign all night, no time to lose. And we want to realize all the wonderful student support initiatives that we heard proposed tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Janice, and I'm here to ask a question of, is the state, I know that the state has a use it or lose it budget policy. Does Sac City Unified have the same kind of a policy where if you're given $100, you better spend the $100 because next year you're not going to get that $100 if you don't?
It depends on the category of the funding.
Okay. And also about the Pledge of Allegiance, I would have wanted to have said the Pledge of Allegiance. And by not allowing somebody to lead the Pledge of Allegiance, my voice was silenced. And that's all I need to say about that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know how to get that. It's broken? All right. I'll just have to explain it to you. My name is David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association, parent of 2 children in the district and second grade teacher. What I was going to show you, start by demonstrating just how dramatically the budget projections have progressed in the last 6 months. You have this in the last page of the packet I just passed out. So in December of 2018, the projected ending fund balance for year 2021 was projected at a negative $54 million, more than negative $54 million just in December. In March, the projected the projected ending balance for 2021 was a negative $37.8 million. In May, your projected ending balance for 2021 was negative $3 million. Now, here we are in June, and your projected ending balance for 2021 is almost $15 million. Just want to point out that's a $69 million swing in 6 months. Just something to kind of take in. A lot of reasons for it. Some of it were cuts. A lot of it were the missed ADA, $16 million, and some other reasons. As you know, this morning we met with Superintendent Aguilar, Board President Jesse Ryan, Phil Cerna, and Tony Thurman's office, and also present was SCOE Superintendent Dave Gordon. So we're now aware that insolvency threat has evaporated since the district acknowledged that it made the $16 million mistake, and so things are pushed down at least 2.5 years. Now, that does not mean we don't want to do anything, which is why we've presented the solutions this morning, and we have them in front of you now of what we can do to make the budget work out. Just as a aside, you guys, I appreciate I have 3 people yielding their time, thanks. So I appreciate the scrutiny on the budget today. It does make the meeting go a little long, but you should really look at everything. Like Decision Insight, I was just flipping through what they said the school enrollment was going to be, and I just saw West Campus is projected to lose, 40, 50 kids next year and another 50 the following, and they're supposed to lose over 100 over the next couple of years. You guys know West Campus has a huge waiting list, and they have an extra wing coming in. So look carefully at everything. Just because Decision Insight did it doesn't mean they got the right information. Okay, that's just, you need to look at everything. All right, with the understanding that state takeover isn't imminent anyway, we presented this proposal that you have in front of you at this morning's meeting that would honor what we've already agreed to get health plan savings and make sure that those resources go to the students like we mutually promised. It also calls for the rescission of layoff to both certificate and classified staff. And by the way, child development, we think that's not only bad for kids, of course, that's short-sighted, as children who aren't going to preschool will just need more interventions later. Our proposal, or our recommendations, also enable the district to maintain a minimum reserve of over 5% each year of the budget. Our proposal has 3 components. Increase services to students. It implements the agreed-upon goals that have already been signed off on, does so in a budget-neutral way, we have lots of needs, as you know. Our students have tons of needs. We've found resources for the students that don't hurt the budget. Let's just implement them. Number 2 is the health plan changes that I've already discussed, which have already been agreed to. We might as well just get going on that and make sure that we're not overpaying insurance companies and the resources are going to students. We have other budget solutions in there. Temporary suspension of retiree health insurance overfunding. With this change, which would allow the district to redirect over $8 million into service for students, the district would be able to submit a budget with a positive certification and meet its 2% minimum reserve for the next 3 years with only that change. By the way, Ms. Canfield wrote in her narrative that we could do that, which, by the way, means it is viable with just that change. And it's a temporary thing. You put it in, you get above the 2% reserve, you work on other things. B, 20% reduction in the pay for the highest paid administrators. Now, we previously proposed cutting up to $16 million. Because the district's budget has improved so dramatically, we believe our goals can be accomplished by reducing the pay of just the very highest administrators. And that would result in a reserve amount that would increase to $19.5 million. Overcosting of of step and column. We've analyzed the last 3 years of step and column when the district always budgets $2 million or so. But because our teachers leave at making about $80,000 and are replaced by teachers that make $47,000, the last 3 years we've had a zero or a negative step and column increase. If you back those out, you end up with a reserve fund in 2021 to grow to almost $33 million or 5.63%. Just doing those things. In addition to those budget cuts, we have several items that could actually increase revenue. I'm really excited about these. Implementing a multi-tiered system of support is the right thing to do. It's also good for the budget. Implementing the restorative practices that we've been proposing for years now. Also, again, the right thing to do. It also keeps kids in the classroom. We want to do both of those things, right? C, creating regional-based magnet schools to encourage commuters who work in Sacramento but live outside the district to enroll their children in Sac City schools. This is kind of an out-of-the-box proposal, but we took a look at where we're under-enrolled at Washington and Theater of Judah and Tahoe School, and if we had it together, went to the business community and the state and said, look, enroll your kids, you work here, enroll your kids in our district, maybe also go to the business community and get some wraparound services. It's a long-term thing. You can't obviously put that in the budget right now, but we still think we need to look beyond just austerity and we need to bring in revenues, and we'd like to partner with you to do something along those lines. Expanded dual immersion program. We know that the Language Academy is an independent charter that has a huge waiting list. We should look at having a competing language academy in our district. I know that we had spoken to Member Garcia about this, and we would like to partner you with that. Again, after the budget's straightened out and we get a little further down the road, maybe the community be ready for a parcel tax in 2020 is a possibility. We also know that there'll be a statewide ballot initiative in November of 2020 designed to raise an additional $11 billion for California schools that we asked the district to join us in supporting. Finally, we know the district did not include, rightfully so, not yet anyway, an additional $15 million per year, which would be $45 million over this 3-year budget, plus the additional $4 million that was mentioned in one-time funds. Governor Newsom has included it in his budget, and of course, it hasn't been voted on, so we don't know what's going to come, but we're hoping that will also help out. And then this morning, the meeting concluded just after we made our presentation. The district, of course, didn't have an opportunity to respond, which we totally understand. We informed the group we're making this proposal to the full school board tonight, and we hope the board will seriously consider our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Who do we have next in public comment?
I'm David Alamon, preschool social worker with child development. I don't understand how, when you look over all the cuts this year, why child development had to be cut right in half, okay? And what that means is that there's 599 children's slots that went back to the grantee. And then Mr. Minute, you told the families here, don't worry, we found an agency. We can't afford you guys, but we found an agency that will cover that, okay? Do you know how many of that 599 they're covering? 211, okay? Do you know where the other 384 slots are at? The 384 preschoolers in this district, their slots went to San Juan, okay? You know where they have to go register, first of all? Over off Kenneth and Walnut in Carmichael. Okay, what's going to happen to those kids this year? Now, here's the deal. We've been telling our parents at our PC meeting, which we tell them, you know what, get involved with your kids' education. This is important. You have a voice. You need to be there. And so they voted on passing this grant without knowing all those numbers, without knowing especially that 384 children in this district next year will not have preschool available. We have to have an income guideline, and we use the poverty income guideline for Head Start. So these are the lowest disadvantaged families. Where are they going to go? Crickets?
So,
Crickets? Where are they going to go?
Member Minnick would like to respond to that, but why
Please.
don't you, let's let his time is out and go ahead.
So thank you, Mr. Aleman. So I'm under the impression that as far as the Head Start students, that the availability of those programs are still available to those students that have been in our program. So I'm going to ask Dr. Taylor if she can clarify that, because I think it's important for us to make sure we're all aware of what's going on.
Especially
if
the
there's any
384.
further conversation, we can obviously follow up after.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, in fact, we returned 403 slots to SATA, and most of those slots, 279 slots, are staying within the Sacramento boundaries. So the slots that they're remaining within the Sacramento boundary, and SETA has redistributed those spots to other delegates. So the slots are still, many of them are within the Sacramento boundary. Currently, our programs, our district programs have spaces available in them, and SETA programs have spaces available in them. So there's still opportunity for our students and our families to be served even within the district. All of our students who are currently in the program have spaces within the program. So yes, slots were returned, but most of those slots have stayed in the Sacramento boundaries. Sacramento City Unified will not be serving those students. However, there are services within the Sacramento boundaries. And indeed, SETA has opened 14 additional centers, classrooms in South Sacramento, which is one of our neediest populations.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Actually, according to SETA, 384 of the slots that had been in Sac City Unified had been given to San Juan. You know where San Juan's in Sacramento, I guess you could say that. But you know where the slots have been cut? They've been cut in the south area. San Juan is an impossible distance for those families. Did anyone ask for a program impact report about cutting child development? Did anyone do a program impact report about cutting, almost 400 teachers in classified? No, but we spent 45 minutes talking about you spending, getting back 9 administrators, spending $1.1 million of restricted funds, plus it must be at least another $600,000 of restricted funds to bring back 9 administrators. And yet, for a few hundred thousand dollars, I'm sorry, you can't come up with that money for child development. That is, no one ties administrators to student success in research. Child development and preschool is closely tied to student success, particularly in closing the achievement gap of our most needy kids. And yet, you cut that program without even blinking an eye. And you didn't do the research about what was happening, and your staff lied to the community group about what was going to happen. And yet, right then and there, you can find this money for 9 administrative positions, at least $1.6 million for these administrative positions. And you can't come up with that for child development. People say, don't tell me your priorities. Don't tell me your stand for equity and access. Show me your budget. Your budget shows you spending a lot of money and effort in bringing back administrators. It shows you gutting child development for a couple $100,000. It shows you gutting the Chinese program at JFK for a couple $10,000 and $150 measly $1,000 for the African American
you.
Task Force.
Good evening. My name is Tara Thronson, and I'm a parent of 2 in the Sacramento City Unified School District and the co-founder of Parents United to Restore Our Schools. At our most recent parent meeting, there was a clear overarching message from the parents. We want the district and the teachers union to meet without conditions to resolve the current contract dispute and negotiate a successor contract. My understanding is a meeting occurred today as a sort of intervention, but as we know, that meeting was not binding, that mediations and negotiations require only the legal decision makers in the room, not the outside parties. My best attempt at understanding when that last occurred was April 8th. And if that's true, that means that was 59 days ago. And I've spoken to you all here and at budget workshops. I've sent emails, and the parties have not come together for 59 days. That, to me, is unacceptable. Tonight's budget update was infuriating in so many areas. I greatly appreciate the trustees who have spoken up about institutionalizing budget best practices. We know what those are, and it's a shame that we haven't been doing that. But you know what? We're here now, and we're going to do that. I, for one, was thrilled to see some of those positions put back in place. The induction coordinator is very important to help support our teachers because the teachers are a successful part of our school. The gate coordinator, I think the ADA that she brings in from outside the school district pays for her role on its own, not to mention the people we would lose if she left. I also agree the interim budget or the impact report, thank you for asking. I'm looking forward to seeing that public. So let me be clear, I appreciate a lot. There are some ideas in Mr. Fisher's statement today that I agree with, and they should be explored, but not here. Y'all need to be doing that together in a mediation and working forward. Our parent expectation is, and I think someone's gonna, thank you, no summer break for the district and all union leaders until progress is made on the structural deficit. Your collective delay is having negative impacts on our students and our families. 59 days. We want, and by the way, I don't want to keep counting up, but we will if you don't do this. We want daily negotiations. It is time. It's beyond time. And I'll make a few quick comments on the budget because while I'm here, I am supportive. I have struggled with this a lot, but I am supportive of a 4% reserve because we need to have a balance of fiscal responsibility in times of risk and closing the deficit. Our 8% reserve is bailing us out right now. And general accounting practices recommend higher amounts, so we can't be the bare minimum. SCOE, I read his letter from the other night, they commended the 4%. So while in good times I would want more than that, now's not that time, so at least that. I'm thrilled to see some funding for the African American Task Force. I agree that that's not nearly enough, but we gotta start somewhere, and I'm glad we're prioritizing that. The support for PSAT, SAT, AP, that's significant. That's huge for our students, and that's a way we can invest in them now, because we just kicked the can down the road with this budget. We are in a crisis, and if we keep kicking that can down the road, then we're not gonna be making investments in these kids that we need to be making now. And finally, back to the institutionalizing of good fiscal practices, we need an experienced rock star chief budget officer when you hire someone that has a proven track record, not stepping up to this job, but doing it right. And to do that, it has to be competitive compensation. There's no way around it because frankly, I don't know who would want to come work with the current relationship, the strained relationship between labor and management. So you got to sweeten that pie. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, how you doing? Eric Thronson. Thank you all for being here so late. I really hate following my wife on anything. It's kind of a pretty unfortunate position to be in because she said everything that I wrote down. Mainly, I again want to appreciate. I want you all to know we appreciate the work, especially the work that you guys have been doing on fixing the budget issues. I am equally infuriated. I can't sit there and listen. I worked on budgets for a long time with some of you up here, and I can't even. I'm so frustrated right now that our financial situation was as bad and as unknown as it was since December that I feel abused, and I really don't like that. I don't know who was asleep at the wheel, but it's not right, and we need to do better, and we expect better. I think the parents and everybody in Sacramento should expect better from you all and from everybody else. I want to say that we demand healthy schools, and this is what I mean by healthy schools. We want better management, like I just said. We want better relationships among all of our partners. We want better communication. That means that you guys are sharing the information that you have in a straightforward and understandable way, and all of the other partners stop spinning their communications to try to sell their story. Parents need to know what's really happening, and I don't feel like we get a very good answer from anybody, and I don't think that's fair. I think we need to prioritize our money better. That doesn't mean just be fiscally responsible, but that means use our money to help those who need it the most. And frankly, that might mean better paid administrators, because if the administrators that we had before were as incompetent as they were at what they were being paid, well, then we need to do something to fix that. And I know that isn't very popular, but it's frustrating as hell. And finally, I think that we can do better, and I think the students deserve it. Thank you.
Good evening. I wasn't actually going to come tonight because grades are due tomorrow, and I have a whole bunch of last-minute papers of students turning in as I've been sitting here from Google Classroom. But just going over the budget, there's just two things that really stood out to me. I know that everybody in the district loves their teachers, want to make sure that teachers get paid well, and I think we've done a good job of that recently with the increase and everything, but I also want to make sure that we pay admin well. And when I look at the proposal from SCTA, they want everyone who's making $120,000 or above to take a 20% reduction. I only took $120,000. I divided it by the 12 months they worked, the 8 hours, which is, and then I took the teacher salary and subtracted it by the 10 months and the 6 hours. And I know that we can argue everyone works over their time. Teachers grade papers like I will do when I go home, but admin I know also have evening events and stuff that they have to do, and they're on call. And so I think that kind of all balances out. For a teacher with about 9 years of experience, they're making more than admin at $120,000 by like $6 an hour. So I think we kind of need to get off that kick, realize that they do get paid comparable because they're working extra months and extra hours and, giving up their time just like teachers do. I mean, everybody does it. It's kind of what you do when you work in education. It's kind of what, you got signed up for. And then the other thing is we talk about students' first budget. And when I hear SCTA and their students' first budget, the push is class size reduction. And when I calculate it, and I know they also say nurses and psychologists and all of that, which I think is great, but when I calculate how much money will be saved by health savings, you really can barely do class size reduction. You kind of lose everything else. Well, I'd like to flip it. I'd rather have nurses and psychologists. But I also want to say with the budget that you guys had, I want to acknowledge the 90 additional teacher positions that you left to do class size reduction for Title I. You left in the sports and the music and trips and all the other things. And to me, that is just as valuable as class size reduction. And when you talk about students first, that's what student first means to me.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment at this time? Okay, I need a motion to extend the board meeting by another half hour. So moved. Second. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. We're moving on to item 8.3, the... Oh, we have additional member questions, sorry. Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. So first, I wanted to thank SCTA for sharing this proposal with us. I appreciate ideas in looking for ways to save dollars, to make investments in our students to move forward. And my only concern is that the timing of sharing this proposal, because on here it has for budget year commencing with 2019-20. So that's just in a couple of weeks. SCTA? Yes? Thank you. Just the timing of the proposal, I appreciate the proposal. I'm concerned about the short window of timeline in order to do an analysis to ensure that these ideas are thoroughly vetted as we move forward to address our budget. These ideas are slated to commence beginning 2019-20. So that's just in a couple of weeks. We have to adopt a budget on June 20th. So I just want to make sure that I want staff to analyze this, but I just don't know in terms of the timing how this is going to work, because it's coming in so late in the budget year. So, and some of these ideas, as some of the parents mentioned, I'm interested. I agree with them, but I just want to make sure that I also shared that I'm worried about the timeline and the lateness of the proposal for consideration for this next budget year. But I definitely want to hear back from staff on what these mean. And then what is tied to budget negotiations, MTSS. I don't know how that ties into negotiations for a successor contract. What does it mean with teachers in training and whatnot, as well as many other of the restorative practices. I mean, these are some of the, priorities that we've heard from other groups as well. But again, just making sure that we get a full analysis, not only about the cost, but what else is tied to making these ideas into a reality for our kids. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Member Morowski?
Okay, well, I have a couple of things that that I want to share. I have one question and just a couple of comments. There were a few things that have really made my head explode in this whole budget, saga over the last couple months. And one is just, and this is not directed at you, Ms. Canfield, but the number of issues and kind of over budgeting in certain areas and the mistake that was made and all of those things that when I was going back and comparing this budget for 1920 to the second interim, it was just really evident that there were very many pieces of that second interim budget that were constructed in a way that didn't do all of those things that we've done since, recognizing when the revenues come in, recognizing expenditures that at a level that we expect them to actually be at. And I know special ed, we have a little more information, so that's great, but still, I mean, the numbers were so off that I do want to just voice some of the frustration that I heard from the public and that I feel about that, because I don't want that to just go, kind of go rolling by without saying that. That said, I'm really, really incredibly pleased at the progress we've made over the last just couple months since you've been with us, Ms. Canfield. One of the other things that I had a problem with over this last week was the budget when it was posted, and I'm venting here, but I think this is something we need to talk about. When it was posted, it said that it would be on public display in the Cerna Center on Monday, this Monday. Apparently it was on public display, and I think this is like an ed code, requirement that it have a physical display. Okay, that's great. But it was not sent out to board members, and it was not sent out, it was not posted electronically on the website. It was not made public. So, if we have struggled so much to maintain or build or rebuild public trust in what we're doing in this district, and we're moving forward. And so I really need to understand why this document was not made public in a timely way. I would have loved to have it on Friday and had the weekend to go through it and make the most of our time together tonight to really ask those questions. And I've stayed up very late, every night this week trying to do my best to get through it. But I think just we need to understand that regardless of how innocent and reasonable that explanation was for why it wasn't posted in a more timely way. And I know we met Brown Act minimums and so forth, but it doesn't help the public perception. And out there on the internet somewhere, there is something that says that this is the budget was only available behind locked doors. This is even more troubling after the chairperson of the school board's budget committee, which I think is the Fiscal Transparency and Accountability Committee, which is a little different, but I think that's me. The board chairman promised that the document would be available online. This lack of transparency leads many to question what the district is trying to hide. Okay? So that's just, I think it's kind of outrageous that this is even an issue, that I even am wasting breath on talking about this happening and the response to it. And it's just like, we just need to think through these things and just post things in a timely way. And so I would like to ask if we can address this at the next Fiscal Transparency and Accountability meeting, if we can talk about how budget documents are posted and our expectations for when they're posted and how, in order to establish what our policies are. And I know Brown Act requires 72 hours in advance, and I think we can do better than that. And I'm open to talking to staff about what's reasonable and what's doable, and I'm sure you were working till the very last minute, and I want to honor that. But I think we need to establish clear expectations about what will be available when, especially when we're dealing with issues that are as high profile and as important as our budget right now.
So we are currently in the process, Board Member Vang and I, of updating Board Policy 3100, which deals with budget. And unfortunately, to our dismay, had not been updated since 2001. This is one of the items that we will be including in that, ensuring the timely posting of our budget materials. Obviously, they did get posted, but clearly, as we're trying to ensure that the public is engaged and has more of an opportunity to digest very complex material, ensuring that it's done as early as possible is key. And frankly, it is astonishing to me, and we have a stack, Board Member Vang and I have been looking at with Nathaniel Browning, of policies that have not been updated since 2001 that would in fact put us in a much better place, including FCMAT's recommendation that we create a board policy around a reserve. This idea that we should have in writing an adopted policy around a reserve to guard us against economic uncertainty and to ensure we have a North Star for the revenues that we're trying to put into a reserve, not just to serve students, but to ensure that we minimize the impact in a catastrophic situation such as an economic downturn. So we will be addressing those over the summer. Board Member Vang and I will not be taking off The policy committee will be meeting regularly on that front. And I do want to recognize Ms. Canfield, that I know that this is not an error that you have had to deal with, and that part of the challenges now, and I think they have been addressed, is that we had 2 chief business officers, one that the superintendent inherited that was let go, is no longer with us, and another that has resigned. And so we are holding accountable our individuals as we try and right the ship and ensure that the hardworking staff that remain, that are putting countless hours in, have the tools they need to be successful. I want to take the opportunity, since we don't have other board member comments, to ask Superintendent Gordon to approach the dais, if he wouldn't mind, for a couple of minutes. I want to thank you, one, for being here so late, because I feel like we have requested your presence, and I think we will for one more board meeting before the budget adoption, and we have kept you at a marathon pace, but we're so grateful for your time. I have in my receipt a June 5th letter that I know is posted on the website that I hope those in the community will take advantage of reading. It is a very detailed timeline of the budget challenges we've encountered, from disapproval to first interim to second interim to where we are today. I want to just call out one thing and then ask you a couple of questions, if you don't mind. Since the district's adopted budget was submitted, the district has made considerable progress towards stabilizing its budget. However, the above-mentioned arbitration ruling creates a budget setback for the district. Although to date the district projects it will become cash insolvent and that projection has been delayed, that risk has not been eliminated. Not enough has been done to solve the structural deficit that has persisted for many years in this district. Can you speak to that? Because I think one of the most troubling narratives emerging is that we are out of the woods. The crisis has been avoided. We should no longer feel a sense of urgency. And so your words are quite different than some of what is percolating outside.
Well, I think I'd just respond to that very, very briefly in 2 ways. Number one, you have reductions to make next year to ensure solvency beyond next year. That's number one. Number two is that your labor contract expires June 30th. So in addition to whatever reductions you need or choose to make, most districts in that circumstance would be budgeting something for a new labor contract. So you will have to take that, or you should take that into account as you look ahead into the new year, because you will be at the table.
Thank you. I have 3 other quick questions. I want to talk about this idea of additional savings, significant savings that could be achieved beyond negotiations. Having had our fiscal advisor, Terry Ryland, and yourself living with this budget, in your opinion, do we have the amounts of savings that can be achieved sufficient to deal with the multi-year structural deficit beyond negotiated savings?
Well, I think when you're, and most people would agree that when your budget gets to be in 91% range of salaries and benefits, and the state average is around 85, 86%, you don't have a lot of flexibility left.
Thank you, Superintendent Gordon. So I think that several of my board members, as well as the public, have expressed frustration with the lack of systems in place and the challenges with the business office in the past. And so I want to ask you, given your stay and rescind authority and the role of the fiscal advisor, are you confident that the additional work that has been done in the budget office has allowed us to develop a more accurate budget process?
I think as was stated in the June 5th letter, you have made good progress. There have been setbacks and problems, and and errors made, but that happens to everybody in every business or government agency, and I think you have recovered well. Ms. Canfield has done a tremendous job with the assistance of the budget office to correct errors that were made and move the budget to a place where, as was said, you've bought some time. But the question is still, number one, what do you do with the time that you bought? Do you use it wisely? And number two, can you begin to work in a more collaborative way to solve your problems together with all of your labor partners?
Thank you. And then I think my final question just really is around, I know you're going through the process of doing the calculations and analysis on the budget that was just submitted. In your early analysis, do you believe that our calculations might be off enough that we could find additional savings at a greater level beyond those that are negotiated?
I'm going to take a duck on that one for this reason, because between the third interim report that we reviewed and analyzed carefully and your budget that was submitted for adoption, there are some relatively significant changes that we need to take the time to analyze going forward in analyzing your proposed budget.
So you have not had the opportunity to do the analysis on those additional changes
No,
at this
because
point?
we've just literally just seen some of them in the last 24 hours.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent Gordon. Do we have any other questions from board members for Superintendent Gordon? Thank you. We appreciate your time and being here at this very late hour.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you to the entire Budget Office and Ms. Canfield in particular. Moving on to item 8.3, the 2019-2020 Special Education Local Plan, SELPA Annual Service Plan and Budget, which will be presented tonight by Dr. Taylor and Becky Bryant.
Hey, good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. So my name is Iris Taylor, Chief Academic Officer, and I'm joined by Becky Bryan, our Director of Special Education, to share with you the Special Education Local Annual Service and Budget Plan for 2019-20. This presentation and approval of the service plan is guided by Ed Code 56205, which requires the adoption of the annual service and budget plan by June 30th in acceptance for the 2019-20 school year. This plan does certify that the district provides a continuum of services for our students with disabilities, and it also requires that we engage in a public hearing. So just to put this kind of more simply, we just want to preface this whole presentation with our students with disabilities must and always are first and foremost general education students. So they generate ADA like all students in the district, and the purpose of this plan is really about outlining what are the services that these students are afforded to help them gain educational benefit within the general education setting to the maximum extent that is possible. And it also outlines the district's commitment to providing those services and allocating appropriate resources for the upcoming school year. So Ms. Bryant will share with you some of the activities that we've engaged in this year with the CAC around the budget presentation, as well as the plan and the budget.
Good evening. In response to some directions we received from the board and the superintendent's cabinet, and in compliance with the process of getting the annual service and budget plan approved by the board, we engaged our CAC in several discussions around the budget on April 23rd, May 21st, and as recently as June 4th to update some information that had come to us in the weeks coming up to this presentation. We started with the CAC Executive Committee presented SELPA with a list of focused questions on how we do and build our special education budget, the protocols that we use to make decisions about expenditures, and how we determine when we need outside contracts and where we go to get them. So the presentation focused on building understanding in each of these areas. There were a number of follow-up questions and parking lot questions that were again addressed in the May 21st meeting, as well as the presentation of the annual service and budget plan for their review. On June 4th, we shared with the CAC the finalized projection of the SELPA's resource and expenditures as was compiled by the Budget Office. Specifically, highlights of the April presentation included the budget decision process, knowing that a lot of our expenditures are salaries and benefits for the staff that provide services out in our schools, but how we provide for the budget beyond that. They were particularly interested in money that's allocated for education technology, the types of services provided by non-public agencies, and how we provide oversight to our outside vendors. They also wanted to know about the scope of legal expenditures. In May, we followed up with that, and we presented projected expenditures for 1920 in all of our major expenditure categories, particularly low incidence technology and adaptive technology, non-public schools and non-public agencies, where we provided a breakdown of every type of service that we currently have contracts with for non-public schools and non-public agencies, and the amounts that we project them to be. How much we spend on materials and supplies above and beyond what's provided in the general allocation in the district, mileage reimbursements to staff and parents, outside service agreements, which include an agreement with SCUSD to provide some of our students, reimbursements to parents when we have special agreements with them, and independent educational evaluations, just to name a few. And in the end, we reviewed the annual service and budget plan. So going specifically to the annual service and budget plan in review for your public hearing, this is a 4-year sort of trend of the revenues, and please note that, of course, this includes the district contribution to that in order to provide the services. And so for next year, projecting the revenues to be a little over $129 million. Specifically broken out for the annual budget plan review, the revenue is we get state and federal funds, which were described briefly in the budget presentation previously, but that's about $32 million. There's a standing state allocation for transportation at $3.2 million, and then some other smaller grants and entitlements, and including the district contribution that will be about almost $94 million to equal the $129 million. So the district's share of cost of providing services for our children with disabilities for the 1920 school year is anticipated to be $89.5 million. Also of note is that students who receive their instruction in special day classes also provide ADA, which was mentioned in one of the presentations that we heard, and that is part of the LCFF funding. We have to show the state where we expect our expenditures to go, our administrative costs, which is our management staff and the support to run the SELPA and do the reporting that we need to do, is $1.9 million. Our programs and teachers and supplies for students with more moderate to severe disabilities is $65 million. Non-severe, $39 million. Funds to provide for our program specialists and behavior intervention specialists, $5.2 million. Supplemental aids and services, which is mostly instructional aids and other specialized things that we would provide to students in classes, $3 million. We are projecting the transportation to be a little over 11 million. And then we have some other expenditures from small grants that are specifically restricted for about 2.6 million. So you can see that our total operating expenses do equal our revenue. As part of the annual service plan, you do have a larger document, I think, at your seat. It's a multi-page document that it's titled Special Education Service Category Descriptions, and it lists all of the different services that can be provided by a SELPA. And where they're marked are the services that we either provide or contract with SCOE to provide for our younger children. You also have another document that on the left side of each page has the name of all the schools and then a bunch of codes listed to the right. The codes coincide with the code that is assigned to that service description and describes the type of services that are provided at each school. Know that services travel with the students each year, so these numbers change as the students move to other schools, depending on what service they're being provided. So for next steps, we'd ask you to conduct the public hearing today and to approve the annual service and budget plan at the next board meeting. We will continue to provide regular budget updates to the CAC during the 2019-20 school year to ensure that SELPA is communicating to parents with transparency. We also plan at the very first meeting with the CAC in the fall to engage in a planning meeting to discuss future service delivery changes or enhancements they want to prioritize for the coming years. We will be posting our past budget presentations to our special education webpage so that our parents can easily access the information. We're going to engage CAC and other interested parents in an information gathering around our transition services and plan for changes in that area in the coming year. We also will develop a plan to reduce our population of students in non-public school by 5%. And develop a plan to reduce the number of contracted aides by 5%. Finally, I'd like to say that today we were informed by the CAC that they do have additional questions about the budget, and they have asked for another meeting prior to the June 20th meeting for you to approve it, and we have readily agreed to that, and we will be setting that up with them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex, do we have any questions from the public?
Yes, we do. We have 3 public comments. Kenya Martinez, followed by Renee Webster Hawkins and Allison French Tubo.
Good evening, Chair Wu and the remaining members of the board. I'm Renee Webster Hawkins, and I'm here speaking to you as a parent and as a vice chair of the CAC. And you know, the annual SELPA plan and SELPA budget are presented to you in the form that you have before you, with all those codes. From CASMIS, whatever that stands for, and in the template provided by the California Department of Education. And, you know, for me personally, and I think I'm speaking on behalf of most of the members of the CAC, it's very unsatisfying because it's prescribed and in the collaboration with Director Bryant over the last several meetings that she summarized, the kinds of questions that we have just don't, that fiscal data doesn't appear in those forms. And so we, the questions that we have really, I think, are geared towards working with the special education department and the budget present the fiscal information that we want to know about in a way that makes it more transparent and meaningful for you, because I imagine you have the same questions. So that's the kind of work that we would like to do, because we think that that will do a couple of things. It will help make the special education expenditures more meaningful, more transparent. It will allow us to monitor the effectiveness of where we are spending the money, because we do have concerns about some of that. The information that you have before you doesn't tell you how many students are in non-public schools, how many students are severe, how many students might be better served in a general education setting if we were able to re-engineer the budget expenditures. So those are my off the top of my head comments, but we do appreciate the spirit of information sharing, and I think we're improving our collective understanding of the budget. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm just going to start off first by saying at 10 o'clock I got a text from my son who said, you're not going to be home until 1 o'clock again. And I said, no, I'm not going to be that long. And he said, I know you're not going to be home. So you're making me a liar. So I really don't like that. So after this comment, I'm going to leave.
Okay.
So.
And are you combining your time with?
Yes.
Holly? Okay, just wanna make
So
sure.
as you know, I'm the CAC chair, the DLAC chair who spoke earlier. We both were going to make a public comment and make a request, and that is from now on, could we please do our reports at the beginning of the meeting, because we're parents, we need to be home, we need to take care of our children, and we do this on a volunteer basis. So the letter that I'm going to be reading right now is something that we as the CAC crafted in reference to this budget. The Community Advisory Committee team and its members were presented with the first draft of the special education budget in April. Director Bryan made an effort to answer comprehensive questions before this meeting, but needed more information, which was given during our June 4th meeting. In general, as we discussed in the last two CAC meetings with Ms. Bryant, the template for the special education service plan and budget does not provide adequate information, transparency, or rationale for planned expenditures next year. For instance, we learned that there is no correlation between the line item for expenditures for students with severe disabilities and the actual number of students with non-severe and severe disabilities, because that fiscal data is based on budget codes correlated to certain classrooms, not students. Additionally, the high-level detail fails to itemize important expenditures categories such as non-public schools services provided via contract, investments in MTSS and other evidence-based curriculum, and legal and settlement costs. At this time, the CAC requires another meeting with Ms. Bryden in order to complete a full evaluation of the special education budget and work collaboratively with her in a report that provides a more meaningful fiscal picture of the special education expenditures for the board, the parents of the community. Arrangements for such a meeting has yet to be determined, but the CAC is in full cooperation with the Special Education Department to ensure students with disabilities are served equitably in our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Do we have any other public comments on this item? Board Member Morowski?
Thank you. I have one question, one comment. So going from 17-18 to 18-19, it's quite a big jump. And I think I remember that we were not charging indirect costs to special ed. Is that why the jump is so big, or is it something else that you can explain the jump between 17-18 and 18-19? It's going from almost 104 million to 121 million.
So the amount that was presented in 17-18 and then the amount that was presented for 18-19 in June of last year as part of this process was actually lower than 121 million. When the budgeting process was sort of had to start over to build from and had to be reevaluated. They reevaluated our budget and determined that it needed to be more around 121 million to meet all the expenses for the year.
But I guess, was it a question of we were under budgeted and we were going to run out of money? Or was it a question of we recategorized or realigned, like, how we considered, like, maybe, maybe there was 5 million in 17-18 that was actually spent on special ed, but wasn't counted in that 104 number?
Well, in that year, we didn't have as many students in residential placement that we do now. There was also some contract negotiations that we now pay teachers after school to go to IEP meetings, or we pay for subs. We often we're paying for more staff now to accompany students for extracurricular activities when they're school sponsored, so that our students have every access that every other student has.
So in other words, it was a real actual cost increase of $17 million from one year to the next?
I believe, and in collaboration with the budget office, that in prior years, we may not have budgeted the adequate amount of money to provide the services, and that at the end of the year, more money was given to make sure that it was paid.
Okay.
We of course don't want to do that anymore, and that is not how we are budgeting in our district. And so this year we did start from the bottom up and looked at actual expenses from this year and looked at what any COLAs that people were thinking were going to happen with some of these contracts that we needed, and figured that in.
Okay, thank you. If I could make a request to just come back to us next board meeting as we're ready to adopt the SELPA budget with a clearer answer as to whether any of that was just a question of kind of a miscategorization of resources that were, spent on special ed but weren't budgeted as special ed, versus an actual cost increase of that amount. I think it sounds like it's a mix of both, and I would like to understand what was the actual cost increase versus the kind of mischaracterization of revenues or expenditures. And then the other thing is, Ms. Hawkins, I feel like we're soul sisters, right, tonight on this issue, because I had just this week kind of drafted up something that I wanted to talk about, and that was an estimate package for special ed. So I'm familiar with on the health care, health finance side, we have sort of estimate packages where for a particular program, like a breast cancer screening, we'll have, there's 2,000 women enrolled, there's, this so many mammograms cost this much, and it's all just very detailed and laid out, and then you can kind of build up to what the costs are. And so I can envision something like that being a really good tool. And I'm seeing some nodding, so hopefully that's something that we can work on together as we try to do more cost analysis and to understand our expenditures in the district better, just for the stakeholders and for us as well.
Member Garcia?
Yes, thank you. So I too felt that there's a lot of information in this item in terms of numbers, but I didn't have any context in terms of numbers of students we serve, the type of disability, maybe understanding sort of our trends for the district, what types of disabilities are we seeing on the increase, and which ones are maybe on the decrease. But But I did have, I noticed that big swing in increase with revenues as well. How much of the, about total operating expenses for 19, the expected expenditures for 2019, 2020, the roughly $30 million, how much of that is coming out of the general fund?
Approximately 89.5 million.
Okay, so that's the 89.5. I heard you mention that, and I just missed what, okay, so, and then just moving forward, I think it's the previous page on the annual budget plan revenue, under other grants. There's alternative dispute resolution.
Yes.
I think it would be helpful to understand how successful that is, because it is a process that brings, it's another mechanism that allows for all parties to come to the table and find common solutions, right? So that it does save on legal fees and whatnot. So, just as we move forward, a little bit more detail in terms of what these means and what it looks like for our districts in terms of cost and savings, that would be helpful. And then just an overall question, I just don't know how much overlap there is with a SELPA budget, and maybe some of the recommendations that came out of the Council of Great City Schools back in 2017, how much, and I know that you were following up on some of those recommendations already. I just don't know how many of them are reflected in this next budget plan, or if there are any. I just want to make sure that we're continuously making progress on addressing some of those recommendations. So if you can just share.
We are moving forward on that. We are also continuing to review the theories of actions with the CAC. We had to slow down, and because of the importance of making sure that there was a larger understanding of budgeting and our expenditures, the last 3 meetings have really been taken up with that and LCAP and some other things. And so we will be back to scheduling, making sure we get through all those draft theory of actions. We continue to work on the ones where there aren't suggestions that we need major revisions. As we presented to you in April, one of our plans for 2021 is to establish learning centers at the elementary segment. Next year will be our planning year, and that then would be reflected in our budgeting for that period of time.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other board member questions or comments? We do not. Okay, thank you so much for your efforts. We're moving on to item 9.0, general public comment.
Okay, we have 4. Benita Ayala, followed by Alex Visaya, Christopher Wong, April Ibarra, and Kenya Martinez.
I think Kenya left. I think we lost a couple of people. I think Kenya and Benita left.
So since Benita left, I'll have 2 more minutes, right?
Alex, always trying to work the room.
That was a good try. I have to make common sense sometimes. Good evening, distinguished board of I'm sorry, I cannot even read my writing. Cabinet and staff, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Senor Aguilar. What a crowning achievement that will never, ever repeated in my lifetime. I was 8 years old 75 years ago when it happened. So let's pay a tribute and take a moment of silence for their achievement on D-Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Visaya.
Almost good morning, board. Yeah, got 7 more minutes. I had a question on how the new science curriculum and the ethnic studies requirement will affect high school course plans. Okay. So with science, I know like currently Kennedy allows you to take AP chemistry and AP physics. Would an integrated curriculum affect your ability to take those AP classes?
Dr. Taylor, are you able to answer that question? And you stayed here all this time to ask that question? Yeah. I'm going to give you my phone number. Next time, just call me.
So an integrated, and actually that is the next presentation,
Yeah.
but I'm not going to ask you to stay.
No, I would
to
not,
stay for
please.
that as well, but it does not. Pardon me? Yes, he can take, yeah. He can absolutely take AP classes in an integrated science pathway.
Cool. And then for the ethnic studies requirement, so this would count, I noticed that it would count as an A requirement for the A through G, meaning that would be like a social science. So would this class replace one of the current classes in the course load, or would it be an added semester of classes that a student would have to take?
It would replace CCGI.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
And if you need contact information, please. Thank you so much for staying so late.
This is probably gonna be our every meeting after the fall semester, because, yeah, this is 6 units.
Okay. Well, if you need an internship, we can talk to you about that too. Anyone who will sit through a board meeting until midnight might be an amazing intern addition. Thank you. I guess he assumes it's paid. Okay. Moving on to item 10.0, board workshop, strategic plan, and other initiatives. 10.1, approving the middle school 6th to 8th and high school 9th to 12th. Science pathways, Dr. Taylor and Matt Turkey. And I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion to extend the board meeting until 12:30. All those in favor? Aye, reluctantly. Okay. And thank you for staying so late, too.
Yeah, right. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, members of the board. I am here tonight. So my name is Matt Turkey, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, and I'm joined here by our awesome science team, by our science coordinator, Mr. Aaron Pacho, and by Shana Just, science teacher extraordinaire at Burbank, and by Karen Butterfield, science teacher extraordinaire at 8th grade Cal Middle, who was also my daughter's teacher, just by the way. And I'm actually going to turn straight over to Aaron Pacho.
Good evening/morning, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. My name is Aaron Pacho, and I am the science coordinator for the district. Tonight, we hope to outline the decision-making approach to secondary science pathways, present the proposed secondary science pathways for middle and high school, and present the timeline and methods for curriculum materials adoption for grades 6 through 12. The Next Generation Science Standards was adopted in 2013 by the California State Board of Education and outlines rigorous instructional objectives aimed to empower students to be thinkers and contributors to the fields of science and engineering. The standards themselves usher in new instructional shifts where the knowing and doing of science are both prioritized in instruction. I began my tenure in the district as a high school science teacher and have since had the privilege of working alongside amazing educators to bring these opportunities to all of our district students. In addition to the rigorous learning objectives, the new science standards come with an ambitious vision for equity and access. All standards, all students means just that. No exceptions, no asterisks. Given this vision, we have to ask ourselves important questions and reflect on realities and propose new structures and insist on core beliefs to make this vision possible. The NGSS instructional vision will help us actualize our guiding principle to provide our students with every opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices with the rightest array of options. We framed our work around two important goals as we began this journey. By the end of this academic year, we hope to finalize a science instructional pathway for middle and high school via collaborative decision-making and board approval. By the end of the 1920 school year, we hope to identify NGSS and pathway-aligned curriculum materials for adoption in middle, including 6th grade and high school. To accomplish our first goal, we established a committee of teachers and other practitioners to discuss the pathway options posed in the California Science Framework and evaluate the student-centered merits of each option. The committees in both middle and high school met over several sessions and engaged in rich learning, discussion, and data dives around our district's context and the pathway options. After that learning, the committee developed pros and cons and considerations for each pathway option and determined if the committee was in consensus on a pathway option. In the end, we decided to collaboratively develop a voting process and elicit teacher input from all impacted teachers. I would now like to introduce representatives from both committees to share more about each segment's options and the results of the voting.
Hi. Hello, I'm Karen Butterfield from California Middle School, and was part of, and still am part of, the decision-making process and yeah, all of that. Sorry, it's late. So our two options were for the California Preferred Integrated Program, which would integrate all of the sciences each year, and versus the discipline specific, which we've traditionally had, where we would have one of the domains each year.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there we go. In the survey, we had 67 teachers respond, and a majority, 59.7%, voted for the integrated model. Back when we had done our Pathways Committee, our consensus had been also to go with the integrated model, but we took it out to the teachers as well for more input. Oh, okay. So if you were to approve the California Preferred Integrated Model, we would go from what we currently have now, where it's Earth and space is in 6th, life in 7th, physical in 8th, where we would have all sciences every year integrated, fully integrated for every student. I think that's it. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, as Matt Turkey said, I'm Shannon Just, teacher at Luther Burbank. So a little bit of background, I think, on the high school model, because I think it's a little more complicated, perhaps. So for grades 9 through 12, the California Science Framework outlined in detail two models, but gave the districts complete flexibility to design their own models if they met the NGSS expectation of all standards, all students.
Mm-hmm.
So the High School Pathway Committee started before the Middle School Committee, and we actually started out discussing 4 different models initially. The committee then narrowed it down to 3 models to study in more depth. And then after some additional learning around those 3 models, the committee narrowed it down to the 2 models that you're seeing up there. The committee, after going through this process, was unable to reach consensus around one model, and so the decision was made then to put it to the voting process of all high school science teachers in the district. So the 2 models. So the Earth Integrated Model is a 3-course pathway where Earth Science is kind of the connection and the foundation for learning the other. So it gives context to the learning of biology, chemistry, and physics. So it's the living Earth, chemistry of the Earth system, and physics of the universe. So Earth Science is kind of the foundational driving theme for all the other courses. The discipline-specific model is a 4-course pathway that's more traditional, similar to what we offer now. Okay, in the voting process, what happened was each high school went through a model exploration process. So you just didn't throw these models out there to the teachers without having them go through some learning. And that was facilitated either by the site science lead, or if they had a science mentor at their site, or if they requested, one of the district science teams person. Part of the process involved evaluating how well each model not only met NGSS, but also met district goals and visions. So for not only all standards, all students, but also increasing the graduating students with the greatest number of opportunities possible in all those district visions. So ultimately, 52 teachers responded, and 75% voted for the Earth integrated pathway. So what would it mean to adopt and approve the Earth integrated model? So currently, high schools offer the following courses: Earth science, biology, chemistry, and physics. However, all students only take biology. So to graduate high school, students take a biology course plus then one of the others, and that's what mean graduation requirements. And then they would take a third one, most of them, to get A through G eligible. So, but almost no student takes all 4 currently. In order to meet NGSS, all students would have to take all 4, which reduces opportunities then to take electives and other science courses without doubling up. So with the new model, the 3 courses there are listed: Course 1, Course 2, Course 3. So the first course would integrate biology and Earth and space science, second course chemistry, Earth and space science, a third course physics and earth science. And I want to clarify that Course 1, Course 2, Course 3 is just a designation. It is not an order. So they could actually be done in any order. There's some orders that make more sense than others. Most of them are either biology first or physics first. Chemistry is rarely recommended as the first course. But there's big flexibility in programs into what course you do first. I'm trying to think. What else? I think that's it.
Okay, so we're at the moment now where we would be doing pre-screening of instructional materials. So that first level of screening is where anything goes. And basically we put an all call out to all of the different manufacturers, all of the different companies, and they give us everything, okay? When we go through the first pre-screen, we then try and get it down to a fewer number. So we go through the paper screen. The paper screen is when we go into more depth of the screening of the materials, okay? Then we want to get to a pilot of instructional materials where we would just narrow down to 2, okay, for both middle school and for high school, and we'd go through a pilot process, 8 weeks for each 8 weeks for each of the piloting materials. It's also important to note for each of those screens which go through, we do want to make sure that students are able to see themselves in the curriculum materials. So a particular filter which we use is one of having a diverse population, which is represented within the curriculum materials. We would like the piloting should be finished in around about January, and in January we should be able to come to consensus on curriculum materials and bring that back to the board so that those can be adopted. In the spring of 2020, we would then be writing new curriculum maps and new courses of study so that we could adopt those and implement those starting off in the 2020-2021 school year. So our recommendation to the board this evening is to adopt the California Preferred Integrated Model for middle school, which is 6th through 8th, and Earth Integrated Model for high school, which is 9th through 12th. Our next steps. Once this has been approved, hopefully this would be approved, we would move on with the process around adopting the curriculum materials. We would also work with the FACE office, the Family and Community Empowerment, to develop communication to go out to families and to students and to parents about what this means and what this is. And then thirdly, as we go through the adoption process, we would also engage with families and other community members to get their input around the adoption process.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Okay, so we'll take board member comments and questions. Board Member Garcia, followed by Board Member Minnick.
It seems as though the integrated model's kind of maybe something that is more popular in terms of being adopted over the standalone. It just seems when I work with school districts, it just seems as though it's something that is now preferred. But I'm just wondering, what does that exactly look like at the school site level in terms of students accessing certain classes? Like, what does that look like when it's integrated versus the standalone? It's kind of clear, but
We're seeing a shift in what our courses look like at the secondary level. Science is moving away from being elective or chosen courses, and we're moving toward a core program. So the 3 courses that were outlined in the Earth Integrated Model would be core courses for students. Students would be able to navigate those courses in addition to elective courses later in their high school career, as well as sub out for any AP or UC approved honors courses.
so they wouldn't necessarily crowd out the opportunity to have electives, which are also very important for students. Just a couple more questions. The integrated model, I mean, you referenced that as a district, we don't usually do integrated models. So I'm wondering, is this something that students tend to respond more in terms of interest and engagement versus the standalone, or?
We're hoping that integrated instruction brings real-world science into the classroom. We know that the real-world problems our students are facing aren't discipline-specific. So we're hoping that the phenomena that we use in classrooms to engage students in instruction are more real, and the instruction itself can follow being integrated and being more real.
Okay. And then my last question, in terms of piloting, how do you decide who gets to pilot? Does everybody get an invitation and then they sort of volunteer to pilot? And I'm just going back to the comment about diversity, right? And ensuring that you get that feedback. So I'm just wondering if the piloting will be pretty diverse as well in terms of our school sites and student population.
So we reach out to all teachers and invite them to pilot. We did so recently in an initial survey, and we intend to do so again prior to the piloting process in the fall.
But do we make sure that it's pretty balanced across our high school and middle schools so that we get a pretty good representation of feedback in the piloting?
Yes, and we can ensure that that of the teachers that have volunteered to pilot, that they're represented of the high schools in our district.
Okay, thank you.
Member Minnick next, and I just want to say, for our teachers who have been doing this work, please feel free to jump in and answer the questions as well. I saw you nodding. I'm sure you had some thoughts around this, so feel free to also comment.
Thank you. So this is exciting. I think this kind of shift is really cool. I don't know really anything about any of these sciences, but I do teach child development, and all of my colleagues taught it chronologically, historically, and I did too for a year and a half. And then when I shifted to doing things topically, all of cognitive development for 4 weeks, all of physical development, all of social emotional development, all at once, it totally changed my excitement about the content because it just felt right. And so I'm hoping that this has that same effect on our teachers. It sounds like people are feeling like that's the direction. This is going to be the thing that's going to help them do this in a way that's just more comfortable. So it's exciting. My question was, it was related to Member Garcia's when we were talking about the students in the pilot. I was going to ask too, like how are those classes selected, but also like how many classes are we looking at to pilot that? Is it whoever wants to try it out, like is going to be in that pilot, or do you have a certain kind of like number that you're hoping to have to get the right sample or what?
I imagine there's a threshold we'd like to hit just to ensure that we have the data and feedback to inform our decision making. I understand that in previous pilots, we've done primarily opt-in for piloting for teachers, and we hope to do outreach to our classrooms and our school sites to ensure that we get a wide range of folks participating, including teachers and students.
So there would not be like a maximum number? Are you have the availability for as many teachers as want to take this on?
Yeah, we hope we get as many teachers that want to participate as possible.
Cool.
I think I brought this up in the past when we were doing the ELA standard adoptions, and this has been a huge area of concern for me. I love the idea of casting a wide net and providing the opportunity to participate, but I also think it really matters both when assessing curriculum from a teacher's standpoint or from a student standpoint that we're intentional ensuring the diversity of the student body and the district is reflected. And so, once again, I do think utilizing our instructional area superintendents to, in addition to making an offer of participation, really ensuring we are asking our Black educators, our Latino educators to be a part of the program, ensuring that the school sites in which we are piloting the program reflect the diversity of a Luther Burbank, and at every level, middle school and elementary school, is really key. And I do want to ask the question of our teachers how you elected to become involved in helping to lead this, because I know this is an additional body of work.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll speak to the adoption process, because there's actually board policy that speaks to, one, the makeup of the committee, right? And it needs to reflect the diversity of the district. So we have to have teachers who serve English learners. We have to have teachers who reflect the diversity of the students within the district, right? To ensure that, as we're reviewing materials, we have people with expertise who know, like, how is this going to land with our special education students? How is this going to land with our English learners? How is it going to land with our students who are struggling, right? And so the pilot would be reflective of that as well, because that's where we're gathering the information on how successful will these materials be. So I'm going to let Ms. Jess speak to that.
So a couple things. So one, on the committee, Rosemont was the only comprehensive high school that didn't have a member actually on the committee, and many of the small high schools also had members. So it was completely reflective of all the high schools.
Great.
They had representation, and we routinely went back and informed people. I forgot the question. It's late. What was the other?
I asked what
why did I get
motivated
involved?
you
Because
to become
I'm
involved.
dumb enough to volunteer for way too much. No, honestly, I'm kind of a control freak, and I don't like not knowing, and I don't like other people making decisions that are going to affect my life without me having some kind of input.
Yeah.
So that's why I get involved. But in terms, I also wanted to address the integrated port thing. So I have actually one of the rare few teachers who actually have taught in integrated science in this district, and one of the reasons we did it back when I started teaching at Johnson way back in 1991 is after 2 years there, we took a look at some data, and what we noticed was that freshmen were failing physical science in huge numbers. And so we wanted to do something different. We also had very low enrollment in chemistry in the advanced science classes. So we actually went to an integrated model that integrated earth and biology together over 2 years. And what happened is we reduced the failure rate by over 80%, and we increased the number of students taking chemistry by like 3 times. So we went from having one chemistry teacher who taught chemistry not even all day to having 3 people teaching chemistry during that time period. So I have some experience teaching integrated science.
Yeah.
And so the kids do see connections. But the other thing is, in our current model, we have less than 1/5 of our kids that ever take an earth science class in high school under the current model. And it's criminal that we graduate our students not knowing any earth science, right? So under this model, all students are going to get all the sciences. And because currently what happens is our best and brightest kids don't ever get any earth science. Because in the past, earth science has been pigeonholed into this lower level, even though it's not. It's actually completely high level if because you need all these sciences to understand it.
Right.
And so I think this integrated model is going to go a long way to actually giving the kids the knowledge they need, since we all actually live on Earth, and we'd like to stay living on Earth. So
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful explanation. Member Morowski?
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation, and I agree with Vice President Minnick that the integrated curriculum is cool. I wanted to ask, going back to the teacher preparation, how do we help our teachers prepare to do this integrated coursework? It sounds like a big shift.
It is a big shift, and we know that regardless of the course model pathway that we had chosen, NGSS professional learning still would need to happen. And we're using this as an opportunity to really empower our teachers to be facilitators of instruction, not providers of knowledge or facts, but really build student understanding and empowerment. And we welcome the opportunity for professional learning in the future, and I hope to work with this wonderful team and the team that I work with at the central office to design what that looks like with teachers as partners.
Great. So with that, we're going to take a motion to take.
I was just going to add.
Oh yeah, please go ahead.
Use my teacher voice. We've been working with teachers for the last several years on implementing the NGSS teaching practices, even with the current content, so that the shift is not as abrupt and traumatic, I guess. Is the word.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
I'll keep this really short. I'm just curious to know when.
Don't even call on me. I'm just going to.
Sorry,
It's late. I'm going to start just taking over the microphone.
For the middle school science pathway, I've noticed that, it was 59%. When they voted, was it just a yes or no? Or was there rationale behind? Because I'm interested, 40% is still like a good chunk of teachers. And I just wanted to know if there were, if they wrote comments why they voted that way.
So it was just a binary yes or no for 59%, and in the voting form, there was an opportunity to provide additional rationale.
Okay. Just curious, because 40 is still a good chunk. Okay.
Anything else?
Nope.
I don't want to extend this past 1 o'clock. Okay, thank you so much for your service. We really appreciate it, and thank you for staying so late on a school night. Yes, and now with that, this is an item for conference to action. Do we have a motion to move from conference to action? Second, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, this is a motion to approve the middle school and high school science pathways. Do we have a motion? Second, all those in favor? Aye. The motion is adopted. Thank you for your work. Item 11.0, consent agenda. Do we have a motion to adopt the consent agenda? Do we have a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. The consent agenda is adopted. Moving on to item 12.0, 12.1, communications, 12.1, employee organizational reports, SCTA, no, okay, SCIU, TCS, Teamsters, UPE. Thank you to everyone for staying so late tonight. Item 12.2, District Parent Advisory Committees, Community Advisory Committee, District English Learner Advisory Committee, Local Control Accountability Plan Parent Advisory Committee. Okay. Item 12.3, Superintendent Report, and you have 2 pages.
Be very quick, President Ryan. I just, first I want to just congratulate all of the employees that we recognized this evening, earlier this evening. Yesterday. Both of our teachers, Ms. Heidi Gaynor of Sutter and Ms. Seema Sakalis from James Marshall. Also our classified employees, Mr. Robert Rice, Ms. Lynetta Johnson, as well as Ms. Aziza Sani and Ms. Christina Fazio. In particular, Mr. Bryce, I had the opportunity to meet him at Caleb Greenwood. As plant manager, he volunteered and took on the challenge of being the flag football coach as well as the basketball coach, which I thought was very inspiring. When I became a teacher, the best advice that I was given was to make the office manager and the custodian my best friends. And for our youth and our students, our custodians, our plant managers, our office managers are just that as well. And so it was nice that I was able to recognize them as our classified champions. So congratulations. We have such wonderful employees throughout the district, and I started to interact with them starting yesterday with American Legion's high school. I was able to join President Ryan, who represents that area. I know that we all missed the New Tech High School graduation today because of a board meeting, but we'll be at CK McClatchy's graduation tomorrow, probably with Member Morawski, and then with Member Vang at the Mongala at Sac State. So just a wonderful opportunity to continue to be in space with faculty, staff, family, and community members. And then there will be a lot of handshaking, the most exciting part of the year, to be at as many of our graduations as we can. I typically am at all of them unless they overlap. Last year we had a couple that did overlap, and this year I know that we're going to have a couple again. Last year I missed the West High School one. This year I will be at the West High School one. But I know that our board members are also going to be very busy joining our students and their parents, congratulating them on such a milestone success in their lives. We will be live streaming all of our graduations via Facebook, so thank you to Elliot and our entire team for doing that. It's a tremendous amount of effort to make sure that all of that is done for the enjoyment of loved ones that, for whatever reason, just can't make it to the actual ceremony. Also, you're going to hear a lot of promotion on our behalf for free summer meal programs at 32 of our school sites. Kathy Allen and her team have done a wonderful job with that. We're trying to hit 1 million meals this summer in collaboration with other neighboring school districts, and I hope that we can achieve that. Just a reminder, because last year I got a lot of emails asking about why we would be paying for summer meals. These are resources from the federal government. We are simply capitalizing on those resources to make sure that our students do not go hungry, particularly in a community like Sacramento. So please help us spread the word. I'll be writing about this in my weekly tomorrow as well. And as we approach the last few days of this academic school year, I just want to wish everybody a wonderful summer. I also do want to remind everyone that we have one last board meeting, a very critical board meeting in 2 weeks on June 20th, where the board will vote to adopt the final budget. And as always, I welcome messages from any member of our community, school, and city as well. So thank you again. And for those of you who we will not see, enjoy the summer break because the school year is over next year. Thank you, President Ryan.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Item 12.4, President's Report. I'm going to waive commentary tonight since I have to be in a classroom at 8 a.m. Item 12.5, Student Board Member Report. We don't have our student board member here this evening. Item 12.6, Information Sharing by Board Members. Do we have any board members who wish? No?
I'm just going to share the.
So Board Member Wu has asked that I distribute to the board a report on the benefits and services of the Council of Great City Schools, and we are distributing that report to each of the board members. Thank you.
Okay, you're going to hate me, but I do have one announcement.
Okay.
Okay, so I just want to just invite the community and my fellow colleagues next Tuesday at Richfield Park, which is about maybe 1 or 2 blocks away from John Still. LeVar Burton, right? And Reading Rainbow was created in 1983. I was born in 1985, and I grew up watching Reading Rainbow, and he will actually be here next Tuesday, and actually some of our John Still Scholar will get an opportunity to meet him at 10 a.m., but at 11 to 2, there's going to be a renaming of the park after him, and so I would love to invite the community and all of you guys to come. So that's all.
And now I'm going to have that song, Take a Look, It's in a Book, all night in my head. Wonderful. Thank you, Board Member Vang. Item 13.0, Business and Financial Information and Reports. Item 13.1, Board Committee Reports. Do you want to give the FTAC date and time?
I do have a date and time. I don't know about a room, Mr. Browning. Minnesota room. June 13th, we'll be meeting at 6 p.m. and talking about some very important topics that please check the agenda on the website. I did want to also ask, maybe we can clarify the adoption of policies that deal with the jurisdiction of the Fiscal Transparency Committee, because one of the things that I wanted to look at was the public posting of documents.
Okay. So Nathaniel, we'll go ahead and have you, you can respond or we can follow up on that item.
Yeah, so in the packet, there's a little outline about what each policy or each committee did the past month. And the policy committee started talking about a budget policy, BP 3100, which President Ryan mentioned earlier. And they talked about it in their last meeting and the revisions to go towards that over the summer. So it's currently in the policy committee meeting, but the purpose behind the the committee reports is to have an open dialogue among the board. So if there's a different way that you want to assign work within the committee, it can happen here in this public meeting and be reassigned that way. So if, for example, there's a facilities policy that needs to come up and the policy committee wants to bring it and have the facilities committee look into it, they would do that here in this setting and can do that. So it's really up to the board how they want to focus on it. Currently, right now, that's in the policy committee, though.
Okay, so the policy committee is the default place to adopt any policies unless we...
It has been traditionally, yes.
Correct.
Okay. And so what is the process whereby, like, because obviously there's a lot of overlap in jurisdiction then if you consider any policy around fiscal transparency and accountability. So is there a process by which one committee makes recommendations to the policy committee, or?
This would be the venue right here, right now, in this open meeting setting. So if the FTAC wants to make a recommendation to the policy committee meeting, it would be written either in the notes that are in the agenda packet or here verbally amongst the board. Does that make sense?
Well, I guess I was thinking about the committee adopting a recommendation, not me recommending right now that the policy committee look at something, but that we discuss what we would like to see in committee and then bring it to the policy committee or bring it to the board.
That's absolutely fine. We can provide a recommendation that then would be taken to the policy committee to be vetted, and then it would come back to the full board, as we do always with our board policies and administrative regulations.
Yeah, does that seem like a good way to do it?
Yeah, that's fine, absolutely.
Okay, just because I think we'll be hopefully digging a little deeper into some of the fiscal issues, so it would be nice to have a process by which to kind of pass it off and say, does this work as a policy we can adopt?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
So just to clarify, in the future, if FTAC discusses some policy-related areas and wants to make a recommendation, it would need to be added into the agenda packet for the next committee report, which is just fine, and then it becomes a public vetted thing. So then the policy committee could then take it from there. through the vehicle of this agenda item. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes. Why don't we put it for a discussion? Because we don't have any, we don't have budget documents coming out. Or when's the next budget document, actually?
Are you talking about the budget policy proposals that we were looking at, the updated budget documents pertaining to policy?
I'm just, because we were talking about adopting policies as far as when the public posting of budget
Oh, I
documents.
see.
So I was like thinking, do we need to, is this something that we should address sooner, or do we have a little time to?
Well, I think what we can do is, because I don't think Board Policy 3100 is going to be updated in time for the next board meeting, which I now understand what you're saying, Board Member Morowski. So I think what we can do is just direct staff that we want to ensure that the minute the board materials become available physically, they are also posted online until we get to Board Policy 3100.
Yeah, and the sooner the better.
Okay. Great.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll put it on for discussion next time. Yeah, thank you.
Item 13.2, business and financial information, enrollment and attendance report, received that report. Item 13.3, Head Start, early Head Start expansion reports, received that report. 14.0, future board meeting dates and locations. Our next board meeting will be on June 20th at 4:30 p.m. Closed session, open session beginning at 6:30 p.m. If we can please have a motion to adjourn? So moved. A second? All's in favor? Aye. Thank you. We're adjourned.